starting just about 30 seconds late. Okay, all right, I think we've got it ironed out now. Would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States
of America,
and to
to
the
the
republic
republic
which stands
and
one nation under God,
indivisible,
indivisible,
liberty and
liberty
justice
and
for all.
justice
and
for
justice
all.
for all.
Thank you very much. Again, welcome to the June 16, 2020 meeting of the Tompkins County Legislature. Roll call of members. Henry Granison. Henry Granison.
Present.
Rich John.
Here.
Anna Kellis. Dan Klein.
Here.
Dan Corman.
Present.
Mike Lane.
Here.
Dave McKenna. Glenn Morey.
Here.
Martha Robertson.
Here,
Mike Sigler.
Here.
Shauna Black.
Here.
Amanda Champion.
Here.
Deborah Dawson.
Here.
Leslyn McBean Claiborne. Present. 12 members present. Thank you very much. Petitions, proclamations, communications, and notices. You would have received any communications already, and I don't have any proclamations for today. It's good to see everyone. We don't have any executive sessions scheduled for today. There's no special presentation outside of what we usually get with Jason for COVID-19 and as part of one of our committee reports. So we're going to move right along to privilege of the floor for the public. I did receive one piece of correspondence that I want to reference and also ask that it be included in the record. And this comes from Robert Lynch, who is a council person for the town of Enfield. And he wanted to speak to Resolution H, ID 9367, which is directing the county attorney to prepare a local law, changing the terms of office for Tompkins County legislators. And the gist of it is what Mr. Lynch is suggesting or asking, urging the legislators to adopt the amendment that will be proposed by Mike Lane. Otherwise, if we can't, he's also suggesting that we make the 2022 election for just a 3-year term. That would also accomplish the same thing he's trying to get at, and he feels that having either the 1-year or 3-year term will keep the county legislature election aligned with town and city elections, and that is something he would like us to continue to do. The off years of the presidential election. So the bottom line, he's asking us to reject the committee's 2- and 4-year plan and embrace the Lane alternative. It's better. And those are his words. So for a privilege of the floor for the public coming from Mr. Lynch, and I will ask Kathy to please include his full statement as part of the record. Any other public? Anybody else, Kathy, in our attendees? No. Okay. Municipal officials, I did see Dutson.
Yes, he's here.
See here.
Hello.
Dutson, are you still with us? Where'd he go?
Yes.
Ah, there he is. Thank you. Dustin Nugent from City of Ithaca Common Council, Second Ward Representative. Thank you for joining us, Dustin.
Good to see everyone. So we met a couple weeks ago. We made a couple requests of New York State. One was to establish a city room tax to support the conference center. Another request was for the state to do more, for the state and federal government to do more for rent relief across the state and country, or in lieu of that, to grant the mayor authorization to act locally. A couple of COVID-related funding issues. We had to reduce some funding for some outside organizations with the flexibility to do more if necessary. Those organizations were notified ahead of time and they understood the need to pare back a little bit. I think like you approved some HUD money for rental assistance that will be delivered through INHS, and the application process for Tompkins County started last week. We also, it's been making the news that the city put out a list of all the services that would be affected by the COVID-related furloughs. It's not new. Those decisions were made in April, at our April meeting. An emergency meeting in April. It's not new, but it highlights and reminds us all of the pain that we're all suffering through with the huge amount of revenue loss from the lockdown. So I did want to emphasize that there's nothing new. It's the same issues we've been dealing with for a few months now. We have reinstated 10 employees across various city departments over the past few weeks, and we hope that things improve and we can do more. But that's it.
All right. Thank you. Questions for Dustin? Anna Callis?
Hey, thank you for that. I was just curious. I know there's been an outcry. There was a discussion in the Black Town Hall for the assembly, and a discussion that happened in the end specifically related to Southside Community Center funding being cut as one of the things that was cut. Is there any discussion of potentially reinstating some of that over this year?
We haven't talked about that specifically. It was 10,000 out of the 24,000 that we cut. So it's a loss. Well, I guess if things look better down the road, which seems unlikely, we can reconsider.
All right. Thank you. Rich John?
Thank you, Leslie. I read that list, Duxon, and yeah, it had some shock value. I'm wondering, is it economic related, or was that a reaction to COVID? Because it seems like there's a real opportunity here for a call for volunteers, especially for our youth programs. I'm really concerned we're going to have a lot of our youth out in the summer with nothing to do. And I know that there's people that would step up and help if they were but asked. So thanks.
That's a great question. And honestly, I think Leslie would have a lot of details to be able to talk about this, but it is in large part economic, but also for a while, these programs weren't able to get started anyway. And even now, as things start to reopen, there's a runway period, months of setup that usually happen to prepare for summer programs. So it's not just the financial impact, but also kind of the startup time and the difficulty of meeting the pretty onerous restrictions that it would take to get up, and the preparation that it would take. But we all share your concern. I mean, every member of council has been pushing back on the chief of staff and the mayor to see what is feasible, including creative ways to make use of volunteers, or even if we just buy supplies to help promote some activities, distant activities.
All right. Thank you. Martha Robertson?
Thank you, Leslie. Hey, Duxon, how are you?
How you doing?
I missed a little bit of what you said. You said that you did you say you passed a resolution asking for federal support for localities?
No, well, we have done that, but we specifically asked this last round for additional rental and mortgage assistance for tenants and homeowners and landlords.
I see. Okay. All right. And the state has said that pools can open up, but I guess if the city budget is going to be so tight, are Cass Park or the Alex Haley pool going to open or not?
No, they're slated to stay closed all summer, sadly.
Okay. All right. Thanks a lot.
It is sad. I mean, again, we push all the time, but there's a lot of practical barriers.
Henry,
Yes. Duxton, I know there's been a lot of talk lately about defunding the police, and I just wondered whether you had any guidance on the police budget and what you guys are looking at towards that.
Well, you might know that the governor has given us a deadline of April 1st to pass some kind of police reform. I don't think we've really substantively thought about or talked about anyway the process of what that'll look like. But I think we're all interested in that anyway. I mean, we have, just personally thinking, my colleagues and I have talked about how the community outreach worker is a good model for picking up some of the kind of the social and homelessness tasks that police are often called upon to do. But because we have this mandate from the governor, we will be having some kind of formal public process to reevaluate the role of the police, its rules, and obviously its funding, certainly as the budget season comes upon us. Yes, I don't know what that looks like, but I guarantee you it'll be a huge community discussion.
Okay. Thank you.
all right. Martha, is your hand up again? I can't tell, or if you just.
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
to follow up on Henry's question.
Okay, go ahead.
So what about lead, Duxton? Is there a rejuvenation of that? I know, didn't you applied for a large grant, multiple grant? Is that right? But if might that be part, and I think you just said also that you had reinstated 6 police officers. So how do those things work together? Is there any conversation about the city budget actually incorporating lead funding for 2021, whether you get a grant or not?
We haven't talked about that yet, but that's another area in which I guarantee you that we will be discussing and that a lot of us will be pushing for.
Okay, so much.
So I mean, like us, the city budget process hasn't started yet, so it's really kind of hard to answer those questions, right, Doug?
That's exactly right. But that said, I've pushed to really start these conversations early. Like I know the governor at every briefing, he says 9 months is plenty of time to get this started. And I think those months will go by real fast. And so I really want to get started sooner rather than later, because I think that April 1st deadline will come upon us pretty quickly.
Okay. Rich?
Duxton, I wanted to just say I'd heard that the city had applied $20,000 to fund reach activities, particularly to address homeless people with medical needs and get at some of the social services aspects. That it seems like that's a good step, and I just wanted to mention it. I don't know if you had any further comment on that.
I agree. That was one of the best things that we included in the budget last year, as modest as it was. Yeah.
Okay, any other questions for Duxton? So one of the things I wanted to just add very quickly, Duxton, thank you for that. That Duxton is right. For those of us who work in, the recreation services and the youth services, it's not just to open the doors and make it happen. There's a lot of regulations. There's a lot of approval, a number of things that are coming down that we have to meet. Not to mention the financial aspect, as he said, to make sure that we're keeping people safe as best we can, and so on and so forth. So yes, we're talking. We hear the community's need. We're trying to figure out if we can do anything at all. We don't know. It's just quite a lot, and it's not something that was all upfront. It's things that are coming as you go along. So there are changes happening and suggestions and guidance coming as you go along, trying to work it out. So as best we can, those of us in that service, see if there's anything at all we can do. And community support is always welcome for all organizations, all of our nonprofits trying to do good work in this community is going to be even more crucial now. So, yeah, so it's not just the city's fault. A lot of people, are looking at the city like, you cut all these programs, you can't do that. It's not just the city's fault. There's a lot that goes into it.
But it's a fair concern, and so we are listening for sure, and we take it seriously.
Yeah.
Thanks, Liz.
All right, Jefferson, thank you as usual. Glad you can join us.
Stay safe.
All right. Okay, any other municipal officials joined us today? No, I can't see. Okay, thank you, Kathy. Privilege of the floor for legislators. Going once, there's Amanda.
Yeah, thank you, Leslyn. I just wanted to note that a couple days ago in Atlanta, a man named Rayshard Brooks a black man was killed by the police. He was, I don't know the whole story, but he was drunk, sleeping in his car, and he ended up dead. And it was yet another case of injustice. And I believe it has spurred more protests and people pushing back in Atlanta on top of everything else that's already going on. And I'm sure we all know, but I just thought that, we passed a resolution 2 weeks ago, and that was great, and we all talked about that's not enough. So I just wanted to bring it to everyone's attention again, and I think we need to keep it at the front of our minds that people are still protesting, people are having memorials, they're, up in arms, literally. And I just wanted to take a moment to say that yet another black man died at the hands of the police. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. Rich John.
Thanks, Leslyn. I just wanted to comment on, we've been very fortunate in the protests we've had locally, that they have certainly been vocal, as we would expect, but they've been responsible. I've seen almost all people wearing masks, which is really good. But I did want to comment, I took a walk up onto South Hill, and someone felt the need to spray paint a lot of the public space up there. And some of the spray painting, like what it was all writing, is expressing the anger and the fear that is sort of through us all right now. So I can understand the need for expression, but they spray painted a lot of artwork on the South Hill Recreation Way. And I didn't understand it, that this is very socially conscious artwork. If you go look at it, it's really sad. If you know anybody who's out there thinking they're doing anything good by spray painting, if you could try to talk to them, if you know somebody, I just make that call out there. I think we're really asking some good questions in our community and having really good conversation. We just need to make sure we do it in as responsible a way as possible. So, thanks.
Mike Lane.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to say thank you to our public libraries, TCPL and the rural libraries, because they have been, and I've talked to staff people, and they've been so disappointed at having to be closed for the COVID crisis and not to provide the services, because serving the community is what they're all about. But now that they've had the opportunity under phase 2, they're moving ahead in a coordinated effort, I want to add, to be able to do curbside delivery and receipt of books and magazines and tapes, and trying to provide as many of the basic library services that our community is so usually expecting from our wonderful libraries. So I just want to say thanks to them. Thank you.
Martha Robertson.
Thank you, Leslyn. I have a couple of comments, and then I would love to see if Sue Dale Hall could speak to us. She's joined our meeting, and the resolution on childcare funding is way at the end of the meeting, and I hope perhaps she can, before too long, be able to say a few words, and if we have questions, we could ask her, because she does have another meeting to get to. Amanda, thank you for mentioning Rayshard Brooks. I think we can't go without also mentioning Robert Fuller and Malcolm Harsh, who were found hanging in California. And to say that that's suspicious is an understatement. I'm glad to see that the federal authorities are apparently looking into it. I do wish that gave me more confidence, but because of the public, those deaths are now being investigated. And I mean, it's just unspeakable. On a plus side, this may sound, there's no transition here, but I would like to recognize our ITS department for everything that they've been doing since mid-March, kind of turning everything upside down and making it possible for us to continue to have meetings and public comment, and the public to be able to watch us, watch our officials on YouTube, and all the other things that Greg Potter and Lauren Cottrell have done, and their whole staff, including having to sit through all of our meetings now because they're kind of managing the technology, and that they should get medals for that alone. So I just wanted to give them a shout out. So as I said, there's no transition there, but this is my shot, and I do hope we can hear from Sue. So thanks very much.
Martha, thank you, but I do recognize that Sue is here as well. Thank you. Anna?
Right.
Thanks, Leslyn. I just wanted to note a few events that are happening that I think are relevant. And one is a recording of a congressional conversation on race and justice in America. It happened on Monday, the Institute of Politics and Global Affairs at Cornell University. So it's worth a watch, I think. The guests included Congressman James E. Clyburn, House Majority Whip, Congresswoman Barbara Lee, Congressman Manuel Cleaver II, and Congresswoman Terry Sewell. And another thing I think that is important to note, because I know that we are in a pandemic, but it has created economic crises that have led to food crises. There's a Dryden Community Food Distribution, and it is on June 17th from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. at Tompkins Cortland Community College. The registration is now open, and the last one that I wanted to mention There's a walk in the garden, a virtual visit for the LGBTQI community. And that is in honor of recognition of Pride Month by the Cornell Botanical Gardens. And the event will take place on Wednesday, June 17th at 6 p.m. to 7:30. And there's also a way to obtain a Zoom link. I create daily summaries, as people know, that's just related to my legislative work. So if you go to annakellis.com and you look at the June 15th summary, there is a summary of each of those events with links to the registration and Zooms for anybody who wants to attend any of those.
Thank you. Henry?
Yes, I want to wish everyone a happy June 19th or Juneteenth. Even though Southside Community Center had their celebration on the weekend, on Saturday, the official day is this Friday. As you probably know, Trump moved his speech from Tulsa, Oklahoma to the next day so that it would not conflict with June 19th. And so again, happy Juneteenth.
Thank you. Mike Lane?
One thing I wanted to mention, I forgot to, but there was a very, very important Supreme Court decision that came out today. And that basically ratified what Tompkins County did more than 20 years ago, and then through Local Law C and the amendment a few years later to Local Law C, which prohibited discrimination in employment and housing for people in the LGBTQ community and the transgender community. And to now have the Supreme Court say that the prohibition against discrimination based on sex now applies to all LGBTQ individuals is a major step forward, and frankly, it's about time. I wanted to bring that forward.
Thank you. Anyone else? Oh, it's always wonderful to celebrate wins. Thank you, Michael. I was waiting my turn, but I appreciate it. I'm not going to reiterate. Kudos to the Supreme Court. Tompkins County is always way ahead of everyone else. I wish they'd all just listen to us on most things. We'd be so much further ahead in this world. And Amanda, thank you. My heart hurts. That this continues. I also want to acknowledge, aside from the two Black men, we also are talking about two of our, we're still having technical difficulties, members of our transgender community, Black trans women, who also were killed. This is an epidemic, and we've got to do something about it. So thank you all. And thank you, Henry, for acknowledging Juneteenth as well. Very important to recognize. Was that your chair's report? I'm probably going to make it that.
You have appointments. You have appointments.
Yeah. Moving on with our agenda. That was my chair's report. I'm not going to say much more. We also have some advisory board appointments to get to. The Workforce Development Board, Lee Dillon, Jeff Madison, Kate Shanks Booth, Paul Levesky II, Brian Forrest, Jennifer Tavares, and Kevin Kersey. And to the Workforce Diversity and Inclusion Committee, Kenneth I. Clark Sr. Those are all the appointments. No one has any objections to any of those. There are a couple of, well, there's one, Martha, we're gonna have to add your resolution to the agenda. I'd love to hear from Sue. Before we go to county administrator, finance director, and county attorney, there are a couple of resolutions we wanted to take out, move out of the way, take out of order. So, Martha, do you want to add yours to the agenda?
No, it was actually a member filed, so it's in the packet.
Oh, it was member file. That's right. Never mind.
Right. The resolution.
Never mind.
Okay.
Well, report from county staff and other recognized people. So then I will recognize Sue Dale Hall. Hi, Sue. Glad you can join us.
Hello.
What would you like to share with us?
I would just like to, so you'll have a resolution that's coming forth a little bit later, but I'd like to give you just a little bit of context about the childcare situation and ask for your help on that. So when the stay-at-home work orders were put in place mid-March, we had a precipitous drop in childcare. As I think most people know, we were already working sort of on a shoestring and didn't have enough care available in our community. 100% of the school age programs essentially closed down. And then we had about 34% drop in the availability of care for younger children, not yet in school, preschool age and through infants. Those closures were, some were voluntary. There was an executive order that closed childcare centers and allowed a few to reopen because of, so they could serve essential personnel. And also as parents started to work at home, they took their children with them. They pulled them out of childcare. So we had a pretty big drop in capacity. And I will say that it caused, there were some pretty significant financial reverberations for that. We really scrambled to help them access the loans and community support and some grant money locally to keep them afloat during that time. And now, today we're at starting to reopen some that were closed and ramp up, but it won't be at full scale. So last week, I believe it was, guidelines came out for childcare programs. Emergency regulations were filed. And essentially what they mean, what it said was that childcare will now follow the Department of Health and the CDC guidelines because we're under a public health emergency. And so while the childcare regulations stand, there's going to be fewer children allowed in childcare programs for safety reasons. The guideline says 10 children, and that doesn't, and adults. It doesn't say how many adults, but the childcare regulations will require, especially for the preschoolers, at least 2 individuals. So what this means is that they're reducing their overall capacity and losing revenue, which it's sort of hard to talk about childcare and as a business at the same time, but that's the truth of the matter. And they'll have to maintain their infrastructure and their staffing. So that is creating about a 30% drop in revenue. What it means in sort of a practical level is that a group family childcare, smaller program, will be losing about $5,000 a month. Whereas a larger childcare center could be losing as much as $38,000 a month. And they won't be able to remain solvent if that continues to be the case. So we're really concerned about how to preserve the childcare that we have, that, you know, we have that small amount, we have enough infrastructure there. We want to be able to build off it in the future, not have to just try to regain ground. So this is where the ask for help comes in, is that New York State has been allocated 164 million. 30 of that has been assigned to help essential personnel with scholarships and cleaning kinds of PPE and whatnot for childcare programs. And the Child Development Council is administering a portion of that for Tompkins and Cortland counties. The 134 million that remains is stuck somewhere at New York State level. We know that 134 million will only take us so far in operating relief for childcare programs, but we can't even really build a case for more federal relief for childcare. We know how important it is for the economy, and people get that message, especially now. But we can't argue it if we're not spending what we have. So really what we're asking you to do is to help us shake those dollars, shake it loose, help it come back to our community so that it can really help now before programs close. There's some research out there that suggests that programs can only stay open a few weeks before without some kind of help after closure. So time is of the essence, and we really want to encourage New York State to distribute that funding, get it out to the communities where we're all having challenges. This is a way to solve some of it, at least get us going. So.
Thank you, Sue. And thank you for sharing much more eloquently than I did earlier about some of the challenges that when folks say, open, we need childcare and we need, programs, that for many of those programs, it's a loss, a huge loss to open because of the regulations. You're not making money, you're actually losing a lot more. So you have to think about and balance those things. Questions for Sue? I see Anna and I see Martha.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you, Sue, for bringing this forward. You have been an incredible mentor for me in childcare. I can say that. And specifically something, I just want to reiterate something you said earlier, that childcare facilities were already running at a deficit before all of this. And so, there's that piece. And then secondly, recognizing that childcare is an economic development issue. It's not just a family issue or a women's issue. We cannot reopen our economy without it. So there's many people that I've been speaking to who can't go back to work without it, full stop. So thank you for bringing it forward. My one question, you talked about the 134 million. I was curious, there was 30 million set aside specifically for essential care workers for scholarships. Was there any restriction placed or guidelines on the 134 million that's remaining, or is that open for direct assistance and grant? Was it supposed to be outlined for grants for facilities?
It's not specific. It's for childcare. It is childcare related money out of the CARES Act. How it gets distributed, the only part that we really know for sure is that the federal government put a 5% administration cap on it, which that's all we know really. And I do believe that some people within the agencies understand its importance. I just think it's a very sluggish process. So I believe they understand operating relief is important.
I'm sorry, that brings up another quick question. Has there been any outline or guidance about funding specifically for renovations or additions or any work in the physical infrastructure in order to promote social distancing and safety? I know businesses, there's some discussion of grant programs specifically to help businesses reopen with a social distancing framework. So I'm curious if there's been any discussion of any of that funding going towards that.
There hasn't. I think the challenge is that the square footage per child still remains, so that we have a few programs that could maybe add a room out of the gym, and sort of cordon some space off. But a lot of programs don't have any additional space. Right. You can imagine if you're doing childcare in your home, you probably have a pretty limited area. And so you don't have much opportunity for that. There's lots and lots of talk about cleaning supplies and PPE and that sort of thing. Almost Like we got $57,000 for cleaning supplies for childcare. That's a lot. Our conference room, we looked like, distribution central. It's not our, it's not our jobs typically, but that's what we're doing. And so I'm not really encouraging, we would like to do some of that. And I think we would like to be able to respond to some individual opportunities to fix the space. But I don't think as a whole scale, that's the best approach. What they really need is operating relief. They need to be able to keep their doors open, pay their staff. That's what they need.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Yep, you're welcome.
Thank you. Martha?
Thank you. And Sue, thanks very much for helping to write the resolution that we'll look at later. And for example, I mean, there's just no money in this business. As you said, it's not really correct to call it a business. It's parents pay $15,000 or more a year for one child, and workers get paid on average $27,000 a year. So there's no room here. There's no margin whatsoever. So when you have to pay those same employees, teachers, when you have to pay professionals, but you remove 50 or 30% of the paying customers, you don't need a higher degree in math to figure out it doesn't work. So, and I love your point about that we can't really make a good case at the federal level if we haven't spent what they've already sent to the state of New York. Do you have any idea how many, like that 134 million, how far would that go? Would that support, is there any way to calculate that based on how many centers there are, or is it just too?
I couldn't even guess. I don't think it will go very far, to be honest, because it's a big state with a lot of programs and lots of kids. So I really couldn't predict at this point, but I can tell you how fast the 30 million was going out in scholarships. I think the need is quite great. If I look at our community having lost 2.75 million in 8 weeks, that'll tell you something.
Yeah.
That's 8 weeks. That's big.
Yeah.
So that's why they're suffering. That's why they're having such a hard time.
Right. So I will say that Tom Reed, we have a weekly call with him, and the other day, a couple of us raised this again, and he said, yes, there's definitely a strong recognition in Congress and the Senate that childcare is critical. So, but I don't know that there's any number specifically that they're batting around at the federal level. But again, thank you for bringing all this information to us, and hope we can.
All right.
Yeah, this one of the few times you asked for help and I didn't ask you for money directly. So there you go. Take it today.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Hi, Sue. I know that in the past years, our county has really struggled to take care of childcare and really find accommodations for everyone that's looking for active childcare. Speaking from experience, whenever my son was 2 and I was ready to go back to work, he was on a wait list in every single childcare facility located within like 10 miles of Ithaca. And something finally did end up opening up. But I think, for people that don't have kids, the cost of childcare at many of the centers for newborns, for little babies under 2 is starting at around $2,000 per month. And that's a lot of money. And I think that, I'm very thankful that you and Martha have written this resolution. I did run into a director of one of our Montessori schools over the weekend. And one of her concerns was that since they opened like last week or the week before, that they might not be eligible for this funding since they haven't been open the whole time through the COVID epidemic and whenever everything else was closed. Does this resolution speak to that? Do you think there will be some access to those funds, even if childcare agencies have not been open the full time?
That's a really good question. the 30 million was specifically for essential personnel, and they gave us a very short window to spend it. And so it'll actually be done by the end of this month. And it was only for programs, for essential personnel using regulated programs, essential personnel who made less than 300% of poverty, and essential personnel. So there were a lot of problems, and it had to be for only in programs that had been open for the supply side. So we've argued pretty strongly against that being repeated in the next allocation. And I think you would really hear us up in arms, and we would come to you again and say that it maybe should be in the resolution. It was not in there specifically.
Okay.
It's the new program is the program ramping up and restarting over that have nothing. So
Yeah, that's right.
absolutely.
And that was her concern too, in that whenever they purchase 6 bottles of the special sanitizer that they have to use now, it's $150 for the box. And, before there weren't these expenses, they're now spreading out kids. They might have to cut the number of kids that they've been able to take. And all of this, no one gets rich doing childcare. It's, a financial loser, and they do it because they love the kids and they want to help the community. And so, I think, just adding to the stress and the strain. And, whenever we talk about childcare, it's a chicken and egg scenario. My family's fortunate in that my wife and I have both been able to juggle kids back and forth. But I've warned my colleagues in the fall that if GIAC doesn't open after school, that my son's probably going to be in most of our meetings. So I think that, the real conversation, whenever we talk about boosting the economy, this has to be part of that conversation, because a lot of parents, they can't go back to work if they don't have childcare.
I totally agree with that. Absolutely, 100%. I think the thing is that childcare providers are very caring people, and they just keep plugging along, doing what they do and taking the hit very often. And I think this one just might be too big. Yeah. I think that sometimes childcare is viewed as sort of the underclass of education. We go to, suddenly there's a public health pandemic, and we close schools because we're worried about kids in schools. But childcare statewide was allowed to stay open throughout. And now we're reducing their sizes, not 2 months ago. So it's like a little bit,
Yeah, that's right. Thank you.
Sue, thank you. We'll definitely do our best by way of this resolution and phone calls and emails and everything to see how we can get what little money, can come into our community released. And Shauna, I hear you. I believe my daughter's very first word was resolution. She was at every meeting with us because we couldn't afford childcare, from city council to legislature to everywhere.
Well, you've met my son. I don't think you'd want him. Just
clearly understand. Well, thank you very much, Sue.
Thank you.
I know the sentiment here around, I was about to say the table, the legislatures, that we definitely, will look to support this resolution because it's money that was already allocated. So don't feel like you have to stick around if you have to go someplace else.
I do. I have to go to.
We'll handle our business.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue.
Thank you, Sue.
Can we move it up?
We could do that.
Mm-hmm.
Martha, it's your resolution.
Sure. Thank you very much. And Kathy, as I said, the title was in your packet, but Kathy sent out and I sent it out in my version, but Kathy sent it out today. The resolution is calling on New York State to support economic recovery by releasing $222 million in available funds for childcare and after-school programs. It's resolution 9389, ID 9389. I so move.
May I have a second, please? Seconded by Shauna.
And if I can say it, this did come out of Tiger. We did the Intergovernmental Relations Committee, which met just the day after the last ledge meeting. So, but Sue had come to that meeting. We talked about the issues, and drafted this so that we didn't have to wait for another committee meeting. But so the discussion did happen in committee before drafting it here for this.
Thank you. All right, roll call vote.
Henry Grandison,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Anna Kellis,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Dave McKenna,
Yes.
Glenn Maury,
Yes.
Martha Robertson,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes,
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Lesley McBean Claiborne,
Yes,
14 ayes, 0 noes.
thank you all very much. Thank you again, Sue. I'm going to, earlier I misspoke, it's Deborah's resolution that needs to be added to the agenda. So I'm going to call for resolutions to be added or withdrawn from the agenda. And then I'm going to ask Mike Lane to move his resolution from F and I. Deborah.
Yes, so I have a resolution requesting the New York State Public Service Commission to extend the comment deadline on case number 20B0249 concerning the Renewable Energy Facility Host Community Benefit Program. And I move that we add that to the agenda.
May I have a second, please? Seconded by Anna Kellis. We need 10 votes to add it to the agenda. Roll call.
Henry Grandison,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Anna Kellis,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Dave McKenna,
Yes.
Glenn Maury,
Yes.
Martha Robertson,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
yes,
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Lesley McBean Claiborne,
Yes,
14 ayes, 0 noes.
thank you very
Thanks,
much. So we'll have that at Deborah's peak report. And I've been asked kindly, because we also have Mike Hall waiting as staff person, to move up. Mike Lane, your resolution on the airport from F and I.
You're muted.
You want me to move that now?
Yes, please.
All right, I'd like to move Resolution F, authorization to transfer funds from the airport fund balance to the airport operating budget for professional services, customs facility costs, Ithaca Tompkins Regional International Airport, and that's ID 9341, and I so move.
May I have a second? Seconded by Martha Robertson.
Yep. Second.
Discussion?
This, I would just point out that this is all money within the airport fund itself. It's not asking for additional money from the county.
Thank you, Mike. Martha, you have your hand up to speak?
Sorry, just a second.
Okay, thank you. Roll call vote?
Henry Grandison,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Anna Kellis,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Dave McKenna,
Yes.
Glenn Maury,
Yes.
Martha Robertson,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
yes,
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Lesley McBean Claiborne,
I'm struggling with this one, but I'm gonna vote yes.
14 ayes, 0 noes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mike.
You're welcome.
We'll go back to our agenda. Is there anybody else who's waiting for or anything else? No? All right. We'll go back to our regular,
Planning
pardon?
staff is here.
Planning is here.
Staff.
I don't think I have anything.
I think there's some on the consent agenda.
Okay, well, we're about to get to that. Thank you. We've added to the agenda. How about we take the consent agenda before we go to the report, since we have a bunch of planning staff waiting. We've done the appointments already. On the consent agenda, these are resolutions and appointments to be voted on as a group. Unless any member of the legislature requests that a resolution or appointment be instead included separately and individually as part of the business of standing or special committees. And on the Planning, Energy, and Environmental Quality Committee, adoption, Resolution A, adoption of bylaws, Tompkins County Climate and Sustainable Energy Advisory Board, ID 9348. No one wants it pulled. Housing and Economic Development Committee, this is Resolution B, 2020 Tourism Program Budget Adjustment, COVID-19, ID 9337. And Resolution C, Budget Adjustment, Community Housing Development Fund Award for West End Heights, ID 9354. On the Government Operations Committee, Resolution D, resolution to update the Administrative Policy Manual, Policy 0244, Reasonable Accommodations, ID 9366. May I have someone move the consent agenda? Moved by Deborah Dawson. A second by Dan Klein. Oh, seconded by Dan Klein. Thank you, Dan. Vote. We have to vote on the consent agenda.
Henry Grandison,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Anna Kellis,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Dave McKenna,
Yes.
Glenn Maury,
Yes.
Martha Robertson,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes,
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Leslie McBean Claiborne.
Yes,
14 ayes, 0 noes.
thank you very much. Thank you, all you wonderful staff who joined us. I can't see you, so if you're out there, feel free to continue to stay through our meeting. We love when you're here. Back to our reports. County Attorney, do you have a report for us? Is he on the line?
I
do not have a report, no.
Thank you, Jonathan. Good to see you.
Yeah.
County Administrator, Jason Molino.
Good evening.
Here.
Good evening, everyone.
Oh, there he is. Evening, Jason.
Good evening, Leslyn. We do have a few things to report on. We have actually 3 small presentations to give you. One is just our COVID update that we've been doing every 2 weeks at the legislative meeting. Second is I wanted to update the legislature on some of the conversations we've had around race in our organization and some of the things we're working on right now. And also Lisa has she's going to go over the presentation on the retiree healthcare incentive for everyone to talk about as well, that you'll be considering later on the agenda. Just also want to make a note that you just approved the reasonable accommodation policy, which is overdue and well received, and we're happy that we have a good policy in place to work with. So we thank you very much for that. A lot of hard work went into that over years, and we're glad to finally get it across the finish line and have a good policy in place. So thank you.
You're missing a 5th report, Jason? That's the removal of the beard report.
Yes, I did. I shaved. Yesterday or the day before. Starting a new growth now, I guess. We'll start with the budget beard now. We'll move forward. Matt Butler will have more to report on now as the new thing. Yes, I feel a little lighter. It's really good. So why don't I start with the COVID update, if that's all right with everyone? I'm going to share a screen with you. Okay, here we go. And here's the COVID report. You all can see that right there. Good to go. Okay, so this is. I just want to remind everyone that we add every 2 weeks when we do this, we add this to an ongoing slide deck that's on the public health webpage. You know, I would encourage you, if you have a few moments, to go back and look at the history from the beginning of March. It's a great, you know, documentation of some of the highlights of what's going on. You have a little bit of PTSD when you read some of the stuff from March and April that we went through, but it's a good summary and a good place with the historical and the chronological order of things. So it's a good. Dominic's done a great job, and our PIO team's done a great job of putting this together and keeping it intact. So June 1st to 15th, I'm going to go quick through this. A lot of stuff happened the past 2 weeks. A lot of new guidance, a lot of hurry up, wait, a lot of changes at the state level, which is finally good. We're getting that guidance. And as usual, it does bring up a lot of questions, which is also good to get clarity. You talked a little bit about it earlier with the child care changes. Again, 166 cases, still very good for capita and for a county of our size, doing much better than smaller counties for that instance. And then again, county operations, rental assistance, you approved that last go around, which is great. We're looking forward to get that on the ground. Had a lot of tests that were completed, and that's even gone up even more since 2 weeks. Again, child care guidelines came out. Tourism is starting to be talked about with respect to community reopening, and that's part of phase 4. Phase 3 began, and I did talk with Maureen today, our county clerk. Pat last 2 days have gone very well. They've used the state appointment system. She's very happy with it, and she refers to herself as the gatekeeper. No one gets through by the gatekeeper. If you don't have an appointment, you have to, you know, she'll work with you, but you can't come in unless you have an appointment. So I'm happy to hear that her staff is back and that they're able to process work, and I think it's been well received, which is good to hear. You mentioned earlier, I think Mike Lane mentioned it, the libraries are up and doing some service. I do want to compliment them. We spoke with them, I want to say mid-April or so, to try to work with them and help them in any way we can so that they can work collaboratively. I think we're probably the only county that has had the collaboration of all its libraries on the same page. Which I think is a good testament to their cooperation with each other. So my compliments to them, and hopefully in short order they'll be able to start opening their doors again. The virtual town halls have continued, and they've been very well received. The community ones, we've had some of you join us for those. Get a lot of great questions and a lot of good dialogue on it. So we're actually going to skip this week. We're going to go to next week. We're going to try and do every other week. As we're starting to reopen, which is good, and again, we've had great feedback. So very busy 2 weeks, different busy than in the recent response. This is an example of some of the poster of affirmation that we created. I believe it started with our PIOs in the public health department. Kudos to them for creating a document that businesses can post proudly, saying, "Hey, I'm affirmed. I attested to this." To the reopening. This kind of gives some public confidence that these businesses are doing what they're supposed to be doing. It's obviously not, you know, mandated, but we've created it, and we've had 484 that have affirmed it out of the 615 as of yesterday, and a few hundred folks have downloaded this, and we're hopefully starting to see them posted prominently in businesses. So if you see them, it's great, and I think it's good. Good for two things. One, it's for the business to show they're doing what they're doing, and two, from a consumer perspective, people can have confidence when they go out shopping or go out and visiting some of our local businesses. Here's just the new dashboard. So we've had two new dashboards since the original dashboard created that the state has changed a little bit. And, you know, this highlights the southern tier. Again, our positive results very low. Number of tests, again, very high per capita, particularly for Tompkins County, and that's a big part due to our colleagues and our partners over Cuyahoga Health Systems, again, big shout out to them for stepping up to the plate in early March and setting up a drive-through testing facility no one else did. I can tell you that the Rheonics machine that you purchased is working and is at CMC right now. So we're happy to hear that. Got confirmation today that they have the machine and they're using it, which is excellent. And again, last slide here is just a summary slide, again, showing hours worked. You can see emergency leave is tailored off. And actually, we just notified staff today that while we had the ability to no longer follow the 50% presence rule on Monday of this week, we decided to execute it next Monday. So staff were just advised today that emergency leave will be stopping at the end of Friday. And we will continue to take a slow, gradual return back. Still a lot of remote work, a lot of flexible hours being utilized. That's being managed in the departments. And you'll be seeing, I think, GEO this month or next month will be seeing those policies to finalize them. But they've been following a lot of the guidelines on them. So we'll start to slowly come back. Again, offices still are appointment only. Some are closed to the public. But work is continuing as it has been in the past, just to some more presence. And also, Amy at the EOC also has started to work with the bureau chiefs or the section chiefs on starting to reincorporate back into our normal positions and work. So some of the section chiefs are starting to go back a day or two in their offices outside the EOC. We have instituted a mandatory vacation policy where they're all starting to now schedule vacation. So making sure people are getting the rest and the break and the refresh they need to come back. So we're taking the steps to get some refreshing into folks as well as some rest, as well as getting back into their normal duties as we start. Some of the work from COVID-19 and the response is starting to tailor off. So that's probably a month to 6 week transition. And, we'll see how it goes. Obviously, anything could change that. But everything right now is indicating that the slow, while frustrating at times, the slow and phased approach to reopening has really benefited New York. As you can see across the nation, some states are struggling now as they're seeing upticks and highs of positive cases and hospitalizations. That's probably a result of some of the early reopening and right prior to Memorial Day and some of the lack of taking the proper precaution. We took a much different approach, and we don't seem to be having those negative impacts at this moment. That could change, but right now that's a positive thing. So that's really the slides I have for COVID. Before I go on to the next discussion, I'd be happy to answer any questions on COVID that anybody has. Okay.
Hand up. I've got my hand up.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Mike.
I want to address this, I think, to not only you, but Leslin and Kathy Covert. The governor is now allowing groups of 25 to get together. Before we went into the pause, we had legislature meetings which were locked down to the public. They could watch us on TV and come in that way. Zoom meetings like we're having now have been a necessary evil in my view. But I think it's time we started coming up with a plan on how we can get back to having live meetings. And I wondered if you've been thinking about that and how we get there.
Good question, Michael. I'm giggling because Kathy and I were just talking about that this afternoon. So stay tuned. We'll have a little bit more conversation about how quickly we can move back into regular legislature sessions here in chambers. Like we literally, before we started this afternoon, we were just having our check-in about making that happen.
Well, I think that's a fair response at this point. We'll look forward on pins and needles to hearing from you soon.
Woo, woo. All right. Martha.
Well, with respect to that, I guess I hope we could have a conversation about versus the value. So I don't think a rush, if there's something.
That's what I just said. We'll have a conversation.
Yeah, so I'd like to say that would be a conversation that we should all participate in. I don't know that there's, I just think things are really not different than they were in March, really. So I don't want to make assumptions about that everything can go back to normal. Jason, on your slides, I saw 28,000 ASAP cab. Was that for the testing site?
Yes, yeah, those are for folks that had transportation barriers and we need to get them to the testing site.
Okay, and so we actually used it $28,000 worth of times?
I'm trying to get a clear understanding as to how many rides, that type of thing, and how it was calculated. But I know Dwight worked with the cab company at the onset of this, and a lot of it was there are some startup costs associated in there too, in terms of outfitting the vehicle and so on and so forth. So I do believe also we're probably going to use some of the funding that TCAT, the federal transportation FTA money we got through the stimulus to pay for some of that.
Okay, and then that sort of brings up the downtown testing site. Has CMC been making any headway on that? We heard that the city was going to ask for that to happen since they paid for a Rionics machine.
I have not had a conversation with CMC about that. I know right now they're having a discussion with the universities as they're starting to set up. But those are some conversations for a return. So I have not had a conversation about a downtown or an additional drive-through testing site.
Okay, thank you. Rosie thanks you too.
Henry?
Yes, Jason, I just have a series of quick questions. I know in New York City, Cuomo said that the number of complaints against restaurants and things had gone up significantly. Have we seen such an increase?
I don't have the exact numbers, Henry. We can definitely follow up on it. And environmental health has really done a great job working with folks. I can't say that we have, and I would imagine if we did, I probably would have known about it. But I think Frank may be in the EOC now, or Amy. I don't know if they have any other insight. It doesn't. I haven't heard of anything, but I'll let them answer it. And if not, we can always circle back with you. You're on mute, Frank. There you go.
Thanks. Yeah, I don't have the exact numbers in front, but I don't think I would characterize it as a similar situation as New York City. We've had a couple of one-offs, but as Jason alluded, most of it's been handled through conversation. We are working with a couple of right now related to the phase 3. There's a lot of questions around youth sports and practice versus games and how all that might work. So we're trying to get clarity. But I think across the board, folks have been really respectful and trying to do the best they can.
Okay. I'd also like to talk about the opening with the university. I assume that will be phase 4. And are they still working in the same time frame? Like Cornell's going to make a decision at the end of June?
I know there hasn't been clear set guidance issued by the state. There, the Association of Universities or so the private other associations have worked on a guidance document. I think I shared that with the legislature, might have been a few weeks ago. They're continuing to work, I would say, feverishly on a lot of different areas. It's very complex. All 3 universities and college, they all have different atmospheres and landscapes. So while there's nothing for sure that's been announced, particularly from Cornell, and I know GTC3 has been working closely with SUNY, but nothing official has been announced. I suspect that within the next 2 weeks, we'll have something, Henry, and we'll have a clear understanding as to the expectations of the state, as well as what their plans are more specifically.
Okay, last question is, I assume that you're working out with Cornell and IC about the amount of testing that would need to be done once the students get back?
We're part of those conversations to the extent that we don't have the ability to dictate to them what to do. They are all safely, considering it as how they reopen and how do they go about that process. And that's where they're entering into private conversations with providers, but we are aware of it. We provide guidance and direction. I think I'll pass that to Frank to maybe elaborate on if I haven't, I mean, obviously we don't dictate it, but we know they're both considering it.
Yeah, and I'm having weekly multiple times a week conversations with the higher ed groups to talk about what their planning is and to provide as much input and feedback. But Jason's correct, they're working on their plans, including testing and what that's going to look like, and trying to ensure capacity exists based off of what they're going to need related to reopening. So I think things are going in a good direction. I think there's a lot of communication between the three higher eds, which is really good to see. And I think that's ultimately going to result in a better product for us as a community.
Okay, thank you.
Deborah?
Yes, thank you, Leslyn. I'm just curious to know when we're going to be able to reopen our parks and playgrounds. Do we have to wait till phase 4?
I know playgrounds can be open. That's up to the local jurisdiction. As far as parks, is that along the same lines, Frank? It's up to the local jurisdiction?
Yeah, so parks, outdoor spaces have been open for a bit now. As far as playgrounds, that's relatively new. We have sent communication out to the municipalities. We're going to talk to them on Thursday about it on our weekly call, where they can open their playgrounds. We're asking them to deal with enforcement issues that might arise from those. But yes, I think there are playgrounds that are already open, and I would expect more will be opening in the next couple of days and weeks.
So what enforcement issues are we talking about? Masking?
Masking, density, right? We don't want to have huge, populations at a park, depending on the size. Again, 25 is the gathering size, but that's with proper social distancing. So I'm not imagining there's going to be huge issues, but we are going to ask the municipalities that if they do have them, that they try to address them.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Questions on the COVID reports? No? Thanks. Go ahead, Jason.
Okay. I think I'll shift to just a quick overview of some work we've done recently around equity and race in our organization. So let me pull it up real quick. I'm sorry. I'm trying to figure it out here. Oops. Here we go. Oh, for some reason, I can't seem to hold on there. My apologies. There we are. Sorry. Can everybody see that?
Yes.
Over the past several weeks, obviously there's been a lot of public discussion. There's been a lot of discussion in our own organization with our own employees, and over the past several weeks, I've encouraged our department heads to take a lead in having these conversations with staff amongst themselves, and difficult conversations at times, particularly around race. And what we decided to do is we had our first discussion with senior leadership as a group last week. Sent out an opportunity for our senior leadership, which includes department heads, deputies, as well as division leaders. So it's a good group. About 40 folks participated into 2 sessions on Monday. And we just started to talk a little bit about inequities and institutional racism within our programs and services. And a lot of participation, a lot of good dialogue amongst the groups. Amy, Lisa, and myself facilitated the groups. And then those discussions led into how do we approach and what can be approached with respect to practices, both in the organization as well as a service provider. So as an employer and a service provider. here is just some key insights and themes from those two sessions with those two senior leaders. We also worked with Dr. Clark on developing the agenda, which was very helpful as far as defining equity and having some basic discussion around equity. And you can see themes ranging from specifics around looking at civil service to broader understanding of culture in the organization, and really building on the work of WDIC, our diversity and inclusion policies, and really understanding how culture change needs to happen as we move forward. Again, this is just an overview of some of the insights and the themes that were being discussed, but important as it really led us to develop some framework. And this is framework that we're using in terms of building off of the work of WDIC, the work of our climate survey. The diversity inclusion and fusion team did a lot of this work and has done a lot of work to date over the past year. And we started to build a framework about what are some of the steps we want to take as we move forward in addressing equity and an anti-racism agenda, both in the organization as a service provider. There's some list here of a rough framework, and I'm telling you this from probably a 30,000 foot level, where our expectation is, over the next few weeks, we want to refine this a lot more to identify more specificity. Through these discussions, both internally, we realize that, the Chief Equity and Diversity Officers are an important role and partner in this process, and we're going to move on hiring that position. I know we had postponed the hiring process as we really entered into COVID, because that's right about when we were about to launch it in March. We want to pick that up where we left off. We also worked with and have over the past few months become a member at the beginning of this year of GARE, Government Alliance on Race and Equity. We started to work with some of their tools, which is talking about establishing a core equity team to help work on some of these issues, both internally, again, as an employer. I say as an employer and a service provider because policies and the way we provide services are also areas that we have to evaluate and ensure that we are reaching folks in need and that they are not experiencing barriers in order to receive the services that we provide. And are we reaching the full population, the scope of population that needs services? So these are, I want to say bullet points, but these are some items that we've identified that I think we need to develop more into a structured framework, more into an action plan. Part of the discussion that I had with the staff just on Monday, and they have had, department heads have had discussions with their staff, in the past weeks already. And, part of the discussion I've had is as we have these conversations now need to move as we go through this into action. And we want to support and facilitate the conversations with the group, as well as develop what those action items are going to be and what those outcomes can be as we start to go through this process. So again, a rather broad scope, but I thought worth sharing with the legislature some of the work. Again, a lot of folks committed to bringing positive change to the organization, and we want to carry that through, not just to have conversations, but again, to have action that follows it to make meaningful change in the organization. So I anticipate that at legislature meetings in the future, we'll begin to develop a much more structured framework, and we'll be able to report out on some of these, some of the directions we end up going, as well as working with WDIC as we go through this process. At the same time as we're starting to develop this, last week we have basically the police reform executive order that fits into this process and this discussion. What I've outlined here are several key components to that executive order. It was spoken about earlier. I believe Duxon from the city mentioned it from the city's perspective. We also are starting to understand what the executive order is. We're starting to ask questions about, is there additional guidance from the state and the governor's office that they want us to follow structure-wise? The executive order is very broad, and we want to ensure that if there is specific areas of importance that or specificity that they want as we begin to work together about developing a plan for consideration, that we make sure we touch on it. The executive order also reads that it's the local chief executive, which is me, to convene with the head of the local police agency, which is the sheriff. So the sheriff, the undersheriff, Amy, Lisa, and I have a conversation set up for next Monday to start to dialogue about what's a good way to approach this. We're also going to bring Dr. Clark into the conversation from the Office of Human Rights as well. So I just wanted to make you aware. Obviously, I think you're aware of the executive order. This is a plan that has to be ratified by the legislature no later than April 1st of next year. And again, my hope is that we will get more substance to this executive order in the upcoming weeks from the governor's office as to some of the specifics that they want us to focus on, or things that we need to ensure to have part of our plan. So that's kind of that's just kind of, again, a 30,000-foot level of some of the work that we've experienced over the past 2 or 3 weeks when we start talking about systemic racism in our organization and in our community. I think a lot of the discussion that we've had over the past few weeks have been difficult and challenging for people, which is important. And I think it's a commitment to wanting to make positive change moving forward, which is good to see. It's building upon the important work that the county has done, and I think it's taking it to an important level. So it's reassuring to see the commitment and the energy from staff across the spectrum in the organization to not only work on making the county a better employer, but also working on the way we deliver services to the public, and really starting to get into how we deliver those services, and are there barriers in the way we deliver those services, and are we reaching in all the population that needs those services. So I'd say more to come on this. We closed our discussions, a lot of it with, our conversations will lead to action, which is critically important. And I would say there's more to follow. We'll bring updates back to the legislature. Again, we'll engage and work in partnership with WDIC and their upcoming meetings as we continue to move forward. So that's really all. There's nothing more to the presentation other than I just want the legislature to be aware of the work that's been going on and the conversations that have been going on.
Thank you, Jason. On that one, I saw Mike Lane's hand first. Mike Lane.
Jason, thank you for bringing this forward and moving it through the organization. I think it's the right thing to do. But I did have a specific question about the Executive Order 203 and the police departments. And I realize we'll have to develop a plan for our sheriff's department. I'm thinking about the small police departments in the county, the Groton and Trumansburg, Cayuga Heights and Dryden. They're not going to have the staff or necessarily the wherewithal to work through a plan like this. Are we going to be able to help them through TCOG or some organization so that they can be meeting this obligation properly?
Good question. I don't have an answer for you right now, Mike. I would say that, generally we like to work collaboratively with our municipalities to the best we can, and it's only going to help us, just like any other thing we work on. Law enforcement services don't have boundaries. They don't have territorial boundaries where one starts, the other one doesn't stop. So it only behooves us to make sure that at some form or fashion the processes are communicated and there is some coordination. One of my things to do this week will be to reach out to the city and talk a little bit to the mayor and Dan Cogan about what they're thinking about their approach as well. So we can definitely reach out to the mayors and see how they want to approach and what they're going to do. And it may make sense to do something collectively as well. So I think that's yet to be determined, but we won't, somebody needs support, we'll work with them and help them.
Thank you. And one other question is, you think Cornell Police is covered by this, and IC and PC3?
I don't know. I would imagine so. That's a good question. I don't know the answer to that. I have to ask that.
Thanks.
Thank you. Anna, then Martha.
Yeah, thank you, Jason. I really appreciate that you've brought this in such a sincere way. So thank you for that. I was curious what role you see the commission, the Human Rights Commission playing. It seems as an advisory board, this would be a great opportunity for them to really dig in with us about best practices and implementation in support of the work from the Human Rights Office. But also it seems like it would be really helpful to through the commission have some of the public outreach, because I think it's really important that the community is very aware of the steps that are taken, because I think it's important trust building and community engagement with this. So I'm curious what your thoughts are.
To the extent that I thought, we're trying to understand all the different important players and partners in the process. So I think I agree with you. There's a place for the Human Rights Commission to play in this. We're just starting to think about framework, and we're just starting to have this discussion. This executive order just came out literally Sunday, so it's still things still wet on it. So I do think that they're an important part of bringing the community together, having the conversation. So a lot of work will happen specifically around the police reform discussion, and I know that Human Rights Commission is developing strategies and how they can continue conversations community-wide in general. So I don't know exactly how it all fits together, but I agree there's a role for them to play here.
Thank you.
Yep.
Martha.
Thank you, Leslie. Thank you, Jason. I want to echo the appreciation for what you've already gotten started and done. Do you know whether the police reform executive order, does that have anything to say about jails?
No, it didn't. I don't think it referenced the jails per se. It said law enforcement agencies. So I don't think so. It didn't have any. Part of the problem, part of the challenge with the executive order, it is very, very broad. So, to have meaning and substance, we want to understand a little bit more, and we want to be able to put together a good process. So I don't think jails were specifically mentioned in the executive order.
Okay. And on the work with the staff, so if you had 40 staff together, I assume that was another flavor of Zoom. So it occurs to me, before COVID, we had been talking about having a retreat with legislators and department heads. I would I'd like to put that back on the table. And this is clearly the preeminent topic that we should all be digging into. It's important that the staff has already started, but I would like to propose for Leslie and you to talk about, and the rest of us to consider about whether we try to organize a retreat that would include us with the senior staff as well. I think I would appreciate if that could happen. So, and then again, back to the plan with police, I wonder I hope there's a place somehow to acknowledge the things we have already done, the alternatives to incarceration, the no cash bail locally for misdemeanors, things that we had put in place ahead of any kind of obvious crisis. Not to say that there haven't been crises, but I think they'd be important to acknowledge what's already been done here.
Yeah, I think so. Again, a process in development. I would also add that the conversations we've had with the staff are not the start of it. A lot of positive work has happened in this county as an organization, and this is to build from it. And I think that's important to understand. A lot of good people have come together to do good work, and we need to further that. So, yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. Henry, and then Annie.
Yes, Jason, in terms of hiring the chief diversity officer, Do you think it's really a good time to publish it? I mean, I'm just wondering whether or not the COVID stuff is going to not get us a good round of people.
You know, we've struggled with this on this position and the Commissioner of HR position, which is both that we want to move forward in the next week or two. We've done, I've read conflicting reports on it right now, in the hiring market. And I'll be honest, I don't know. We don't know. And I think we're gonna give a good foot forward on advertising. We're gonna put a good foot forward for recruitment. And if we don't get a good candidate for either position, then we won't hire. We won't hire someone. We'll do it again and we'll figure it out. But I think there's a lot of work ahead of us on a lot of different fronts. In blue sky times, there was a lot of work, and we have some urgencies right now. You still have COVID-19 that you're going to try to balance and through all of this. And while we're starting to see that lessen, there's still a huge responsibility, and that's going to fall a lot on the health department as things develop. And if we have a resurgence or we have some spike, that may kick things up again. The budget process alone, as if we don't have an already robust process, it's going to add a lot of levels of complexity. So at the point right now with police reform initiatives, really putting urgency and emphasis as we talk about race in the organization and substantive change, several things have come to mind. One, I need Lisa to come back upstairs and support county administration and get an HR commissioner in place. Lisa's done a phenomenal job in the role. Time to do a search for that position. And the Chief Equity and Diversity Officer is a critical piece to this discussion. So I don't know how the market is, but we're going to try it. And if we don't get good candidates, we'll do another search another way.
Okay, I'd also like to just mention that as a vice chair of WDIC, I also have lots of interest in what you're doing, so including the police and all the sessions you have with staff. So I'd like to be invited to those things.
Absolutely. WDIC is a big important partner in this process. So, I know when the next meeting comes up, we'll have a lot more to discuss, and we'll get together shortly, Annie, you and I, and us to talk about strategy and how we move forward for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
Go ahead, Annie.
Thanks.
Thank you. And Jason, thank you for the presentation and for all the work you're doing on equity and anti-racism. So Henry and some other folks said some of the things I was going to say, but I just want to echo, I'm really glad to hear that you're moving forward with hiring the Chief Equity and Diversity Officer, as they're going to play a key role in this, of what we're doing with the staff, our various departments, and with our community-facing departments, and how we're presenting and providing services to our consumers, which is to our public. And so I also wanted to ask if you could do this as present this again at our WDIC meeting, so we can have a further discussion on this on the 24th.
Absolutely.
All right. Yeah. Thank you very much.
So yeah, we'll be there. We'll hopefully by that time we'll have some more to discuss.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Anyone else on this topic? Thank you, Jason.
Thank you.
Please give my thanks to the staff for all the work. I know, for one, I've been whining a lot about it, so it's great to see staff coming together and really digging in. I've said repeatedly, I've been on this legislature for a long time, and so things are not going to change until we figure out how to hardwire the work of equity, or the principles of equity and inclusion, into everything we do, into the structure of county government. So thank you all for restarting or picking up wherever it is. And I do want to encourage the continued conversation, as you said, will happen. And any way that we can be of support, please let us know. We don't want to get in the middle of that conversation because I think there's good work being done. But any way that we can be a support would be great. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
I'm gonna now bring Lisa into the picture. And unless are there any questions about any two of those presentations? And Lisa's gonna come in and put you all to sleep now. No, I mean, she's gonna talk to you about the retirement incentive discussion. This has been, I don't know how to describe this. This process has been extraordinarily challenging, and my hat goes off to Lisa and Sarah Thomas, our benefits coordinator. They've spent the better part of a month to a month and a half understanding the existing retiree benefits, which has been incredibly complex. There is no resolution that really outlines existing benefits. There is no clarity on it at times. It is a I don't know what to call it. I don't know, mixed match. I know what to call it, but I'm not going to call it that. It's been a weird, a lot of overlap. And what we're proposing would do several things, and then I'll turn it over to her. It'll clarify existing retiree benefits. It will standardize it, and it will streamline it for implementation. It will also, the resolution gives you also a retirement incentive to consider for the current circumstances, and as well as retiree benefits moving forward, with a kind of a coming together of mixed match of things around January 1st of 2023. So it's all kind of going together at one point in time. And you'll see that they are all interrelated one way or another. I've used the analogy of it's like old plumbing, that when you go to fix something over here, it leaks over here. So you kind of have to do an overhaul of the whole system. And they've done a really wonderful job of trying to outline it. First of all, understand it and then explain it. And I'll turn it over at least at this point. So Lisa, the floor is yours, and we're happy to answer questions as we go through this.
Thank you, Jason. I'm going to try to share my screen now. And let's see. Can everyone see the PowerPoint presentation?
Yeah.
So let me just do a slideshow then. Okay, so this presentation was recently given at the Budget and Capital Committee meeting, and it's since been updated to include some of the items that were discussed there and the feedback of that committee. So 10 slides. We're already on number 2. So this slide, first we're going to talk about our current cost sharing for our county retirees who are under the age of 65 and non-Medicare eligible. This is the first area where we have a proposal to try to streamline things. So a portion of our retirees, approximately 45 or so retirees, are under the age of 65. And this outlines their cost sharing arrangement, which is made complicated because the costs of the Platinum plan, both individual and family, are pegged to the costs of the Classic Blue plan. And as more people move away from the Classic Blue plan, it distorts the costs, and it also just makes it rather difficult to explain actually the cost or the percentage that individuals are paying. So in the next slide, what we're proposing here is to simplify the cost sharing for our current county retirees who are under the age of 65.
Lisa, I'm sorry to interrupt. Is it possible? What I'm seeing is 2 slides, and you've got the next slide showing.
Oh, shoot. Yeah, I'd rather that not show.
Thank you. Just the size, it'd be better with just one.
Yeah, I would prefer that too.
Thank you.
let me see if I can make that happen. I don't know if this is, I don't know how to,
Hey, Lisa, if you,
how's that? Is that better?
there you go.
Okay, great. Okay, so thanks, Martha, for pointing that out. So, so here's what we're proposing in this first proposal is to establish percentages that streamline and make a little more sense. And what we're seeing here in the column, the orange column is the current cost sharing rates for retirees who are under 65. It's the percentage equivalent of where we're at. And on the right column, the blue column, it shows what we're proposing to take effect January 1st. And this would just round that cost sharing to make some sense. And we're rounding it in favor of the retirees, essentially. So this next slide shows basically what we're saying here in this first proposal is to standardize the rates for all of the plans and make them easier to understand, both for the users and for the county to administer. This slight rounding results in retirees saving a bit per month or annually, anywhere from $52 to $788 annually. It will cost the county approximately $11,000 annually. And we're proposing that this take effect in January of 2021 and remain in place until this subset of retirees become Medicare eligible. So this is really a proposal that is a housekeeping task, more or less, and to simplify and streamline and make it easier for all. So if there aren't any questions on this one, I'll just move ahead to the second proposal. Okay. The second proposal impacts our Medicare eligible retirees and their spouses. There are approximately 194 Medicare eligible retirees. They're currently enrolled in the assortment of Classic Blue, Platinum, and PPO plans. However, when a retiree becomes Medicare eligible, Medicare becomes the primary payer and the employer-sponsored insurance really becomes the secondary payer. So it is in the best interest of all, particularly the retiree, when they become Medicare eligible, to enroll in a plan that covers just the medical costs that Medicare doesn't cover, with essentially a Medigap or a Medicare supplement plan. Because having both the coverage of Medicare, the full coverage of Medicare, and then the full coverage of a Classic Blue, Platinum, or PPO plan is more costly, and it duplicates the coverage that Medicare is providing. So currently there are 2 Medicare supplement plans that are offered by our Health Insurance Consortium. And of those, the Medicare Supplement 4 or MS4 plan provides the most comprehensive coverage at the least cost. So what we're recommending here in this proposal is that all Medicare eligible individuals will enroll in MS4 individual plans. And I should state that all of the Medicare supplement plans are MS4 plans. All of the Medicare MS4 plans are individual plans. So for those that are in 2-person households, both the retiree and spouse, if they're both over, if they're both Medicare eligible, they will each have their own MS4 plan. In cases where one person is not Medicare eligible, they would go to an individual Platinum plan, and the spouse would go on the MS4 plan, or vice versa. And in those cases, the costs of those 2 individual MS4 plans are in most cases, less costly than a family plan, a full family plan. So essentially in this proposal, of our 194 retirees who are Medicare eligible, 126 of them, about 2/3 of them, would have pretty substantial savings per month, adding up to, you know, between $600 and $6,200 dollars in savings annually, with no decrease in coverage. We do want to state, however, that about 1/3 of our current Medicare eligible retirees, 68 of them, who are currently on the individual platinum plan, which is the heavily subsidized individual platinum plan. They're currently paying $25 per month for their coverage. They would be paying an additional $263 per month, or about $3,100 annually. We'll say here that with the difference with the MS4 plans, one difference is there are no co-insurance payments under MS4. So that will result in some annual average savings of about $486 in co-insurance payments. But we still are looking at a sizable increase. I want to state here that at the Budget and Capital Personnel Committee, there was this recognition that this would be a steep increase in costs, and it was included in the in that committee, now included in your resolution, a phased increase over 3 years, and so that to try to help with this cost increase. So that is included in the resolution. This proposal would result in an annual savings to the county of about $920,000 annually. And it would go into effect as of January 1st of 2021. So this chart here again outlines on the left side in the orange, outlines what our current cost sharing arrangement is for our Medicare eligible retirees. And on the right side, the proposed cost sharing for Medicare eligible retirees. So again, we're going the individual and classic blue and PPO plans, family classic blue and PPO plans would go away. All Medicare eligible retirees would go to the MS4 plan or an individual platinum plan. If they had dependents, they would go to family platinum, and the cost sharing arrangement would be 50-50. For those who have the county retiree is under age 65, but they have a spouse on that would be Medicare eligible, the individual county retiree, the cost share would be 25-75 as per our previous slides. So I have one more slide on this, which kind of, oh no, this is our last slide for proposal 2 that impacts our current Medicare eligible retirees. So I'm happy to pause here if people have questions as we go along, because I know it's rather, shall we say, in the weeds.
All right, I have Dan Klein and then Ann Corman.
Can you go back one slide, please?
Sure.
The 68 retirees line, 68 retirees on the platinum will pay that additional amount. Help me understand who these people are. Are they waiting to get on Medicare, or I'm not really clear where they are in their journey,
Sure.
insurance journey.
So they're currently Medicare eligible, and they are currently paying a very, very low rate for their platinum premiums. And it was in 2017, a resolution by the legislature allowed the Platinum Plan to be offered to county retirees beginning in 2018 at a very heavily subsidized rate, where the county would essentially pay the cost of the Classic Blue premium toward the Platinum premium, and the retiree would reap the savings. So that's where it landed at $25 per month. And the feeling is, in the current economic climate, that this is no longer sustainable moving forward, and to put all retirees on an even par, we would be looking at that 50-50 cost sharing arrangement at a plan that is much less expensive to begin with, and would only be covering the what Medicare does not cover.
So I'm going to need to ask some more questions because it's not something I know a lot about, and that that one line is kind of alarming, as I apparently got reacted to in committee.
Yes.
So when you say they're Medicare eligible, does that mean they're 65? Can we simplify that? Or
yes. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. And so they're getting the Platinum Plan, which is sort of a primary plan, but really what we're saying is really what they need is a secondary plan.
Yeah. So if I can add to here, Dan, this whole proposal too is based. So what's happening now with your current Medicare eligible? When we say Medicare eligible, it means Medicare is their primary pay. So Medicare takes care of, is their first payer when it comes to healthcare expenses. And without the supplement, which is the Medicare gap, which covers the Medicare gap of services, instead we have the full healthcare plan, the full healthcare suite. So essentially you are over-insuring retirees excessively, which is where the Medicare supplement perspective comes into play. And it really just fills that Medicare gap piece, the element that is not covered by Medicare. And that's where, we're both the county and, as you can see, a significant, more than 2/3 of your existing retirees are paying substantially for this additional coverage that just isn't needed or accessed because Medicare is the primary pay. So a big part of this is really not over-insuring and not taking out additional insurance, but instead covering the gap that Medicare doesn't cover, which is primarily, a big part of it is the copay savings, but also is prescription drug coverage, right? So the Medicare supplement, it provides prescription drug coverage, which not all Medicare supplement options cover. The challenge in this is the 68 retirees and the individual Platinum. Essentially what's been happening is they've been getting free retiree health care for about $300 a year. That includes their Medicare premiums. And that's just not really sustainable. It's just not a practical option. So moving forward, the Budget, Capital, and Personnel Committee had a really good suggestion, and that is, while there is a jump in actual net premiums as we shift them out of a full healthcare plan into the supplement, phasing in, meaning rather than jumping right to the 50-50 cost share, phasing it in at I think it was 10-90, 30-70, 50-50 share over the next 3 years gradually allows them to basically grow into that 50-50 share, rather than it all of a sudden from 1 year to the next, actually within a 6-month time frame from now. So that's the biggest challenge, I think, with this category of retirees, is the benefit they have now is just not a sustainable benefit. And it's overly insuring and providing excessive, not excessive coverage because never accessed, I guess would be the point. I don't know if that helps explain it.
Well, yes. So let's say this one of these 68 retirees says, okay, well, that's too much money. I don't want to. That's too much of an increase. So what would it look like for them to get a Medicare supplement? I'm not clear what they I'm not clear what they're paying or what they're getting for $3,156 more.
So, so the two answers to that question, I guess. So if a retiree or a Medicare recipient chose, they could look to the private marketplace for a Medigap plan to cover their health insurance and also prescription drug plan. They would probably also need a Part D plan for that. So there are, you know, in the marketplace, they could look there. There are also Medicare Advantage plans, and depending upon an individual's circumstances, that may or may not be another option for someone.
That number there, 3,156 annually, is that if they want to stay on the platinum plan? Is that what that number means?
No, that would be for their share of the MS4 plan, the Medicare supplement plan.
But that's actually reduced because that was part of the 50-50 share. So it's actually significantly reduced and scaled up over the next 3 years, Dan. So that would be at the end of year 3 from now. That would be the equivalent thereof of January 1st, 2023. Is that right? Yeah, it's a phased in approach. That's one number, you know, Lisa, that's why I guess that's one number we didn't adjust with the scaled in approach.
That's true. So
Okay, I can't see. I know Annie had her hand up. Dan, are you done?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Annie, I remember you had your hand up, but I can't see anybody else.
Thank you. Lisa,
And now I see Martha. Thank you.
Lisa, thank you for this presentation, and thank you for all the work you and your department has done. I know Sarah has done a lot of work on this also. And so I guess I want to also just continue on with what Dan was asking. So for me, I'm still a little bit confused. So if someone is on, of these 68 retirees, so if they stayed on, if they were on a platinum plan, they would see an increase eventually in over a few years of it phased into over $3,000 annually. And so then I thought I had it, I thought I understood it, but then I heard that the MS4 is the platinum?
no.
So,
Sorry.
okay.
So the platinum plan is a full employee health insurance option.
Right.
And the MS4 is a Medicare supplement option. It works in conjunction with Medicare to provide that full health insurance option. So MS4 together with Medicare provides the full coverage.
So, but we can't compare because you said they have to go to the marketplace. So we can't compare easily for ourselves. Are they going to still be paying something like $3,000 additional because we don't know how much the MS4 is? Is that correct?
No, so for instance, the MS4 plan, the total cost of the MS4 plan is $576 per month. And we're suggesting a 50-50 cost share with that. In comparison, the total cost of an individual Classic Blue plan would be $983 a month. The total cost of Platinum is $661 a month. So that's kind of where the range of costs.
And to answer your question, retirees nor folks that have been retired or folks that are going to be retired have to get retiree health care from the county, and a lot don't. Some go with spouses, some go in other avenues. In this case, a Medicare eligible retiree has Medicare as their primary pay. We are, instead of continuing to provide a full health insurance plan for those Medicare eligible, We are instead going to provide them with an opportunity to partner with us and a cost share with us for a Medicare supplement plan. The Medicare supplement plan essentially covers the gap of services that that Medicare itself doesn't cover, without the high cost volume of a full healthcare plan. And in 2/3 of those instances, those retirees save a considerable amount of money with no decrease in coverage. With the other third of retirees, they still have a good coverage, they still maintain the coverage, but because they have such a heavily subsidized platinum plan now, the comparison or the net cost for them is going to increase to get the supplement, the Medicare supplement, which we're proposing we transfer to. And that is just simply because it's an unsustainable benefit. So rather than them having, if they want to continue with the county and receive a Medicare supplement or access to the Medicare supplement, they can continue with the county, and that increase in cost will be phased in over a 3-year period of time. So it's not such a drastic increase. So in 3 years, all your Medicare eligible retirees will be paying the same cost share, a 50-50 split, for the same Medicare supplement plan.
So if I have this correct, so the additional 3,100, that's on top of what I think what they're paying now is $25 per month for the platinum, or 25%?
Less than it's actually that the $300 is taken out of the total cost. So it's actually, the actual, we took out that $25 account on a monthly basis. So basically the 3,100 is the net increase above the $300 that they currently pay.
Right. So if you add in the $25, so that's roughly, doesn't quite get you to say 3,400 or so, 3,500 a year. So if you're looking at going to MS4, you said it was around, their share would be around $200 a month. Is that correct?
That is their share. We accounted for that. So basically the increase in monthly costs goes from $25 and it would go up to $263 per month. So they're paying an additional $263 a month than what they are paying now if they stuck with the MS4 supplement.
So if they switch from the platinum to the MS4, they would be saving $100 a month? Is that correct?
No. With the 68 retirees that currently have a heavily subsidized platinum plan, changing over to the MS4 plan would increase their annual cost, the cost share.
Okay, I guess I didn't say my question correctly. So if they stayed on, if they went into the platinum plan, and so they were paying an additional $263 plus 25, so we'll say almost $300 a month. Eventually, they're going to be paying, but the MS4 is $200 a month, right?
No,
So
they're currently on platinum, and they would no longer be on platinum. They would go to MS4.
They can't stay on the platinum.
No.
Correct.
So they're still okay. So I guess I don't understand the wording here, because it kind of sounds like,
okay,
well, 68 retirees on individual platinum will pay an additional $263 per month.
I see. Yeah, I can see how that would be misleading. So the predicating part of that is that all Medicare eligible retirees age 65 and over will go to the MS4 plans. And then basically anyone who was previously on a PPO plan or a classic blue plan will save, this on the first bullet, they will be saving this annually or per month. In the second bullet, individuals who are currently on the platinum plan will pay, they will pay more as a result of this change.
Yeah, and I just wondering, maybe through the course of this meeting, if we can just get clarification on that and get that worded correctly, or, you know, just to be clear, because it's really confusing to me.
Sure.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Martha, followed by Mike Lane.
Thank you. And this is what the budget committee did for a couple hours, you know, when we met. So this is really hard to get. And I think one way to think about it is, for a couple of years, these 68 folks had a very significant benefit. And I can't remember why at the time we voted for that. I think there was try to move people to platinum. It feels like it must have been maybe somebody else who was here at the time would remember we voted that to encourage people to slide over to platinum. But now looking at it, it is, so in a sense, those folks got a really good deal for a couple of years, and it's time to bring everybody to a level playing field. I would point to, in everybody's legislature packet, the memo that Jason and Lisa put together that was presented to the budget committee, and it's also Sarah Thomas worked on this. So packet page 58 is where this is discussed in that memo, and it shows the three steps that we asked to be to make the modification to take those people to the playing field with 3 steps, not just the one. So my question, Lisa or Jason, on this slide, it shows a savings of $921,000 a year with all of these changes. With the 3-step adjustment for the 68 folks, do you have a guess as to how much less the savings would be for the county? How much, you know, since what that's going to cost us to extend that group of folks? Has that been calculated?
I don't know that we have, but Lisa's thinking, so.
And I know it's like, you're not sure, you don't know whether, I mean, I guess if all of them stay on our plan, I know they may not all stay on the plan, but at any rate.
Yeah, I'd want to just plug it into the Excel spreadsheet and get you that figure, Martha.
Okay.
It will be less than this number, obviously, because it's incurring more cost, you know, rather than savings in the initial year. So it'll be less than that amount, probably by a few $100,000.
Okay, but then at the end, by 2023, January 2023, everybody is in the same, we're treating all of our retirees consistently with the same kind of options, and that was the goal with this. So, all right, I think that's my only question. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mike Lane.
I mentioned in budget committee my concern about our discussion about any changes with the current retirees. Ann Corman sent around a letter today that she had received, written by, I believe, an employee who was contemplating retirement, indicating why a lot of these changes may mitigate against early retirement. I wonder, first of all, is this time sensitive that we do tonight? And second, should there be, for example, one of your town hall meetings with the retirees and potential retirees to discuss all of this and have their questions answered?
So I guess I would say this. I read the letter over, and I would say, Mike, that there are some inaccuracies in the letter, but more importantly, that letter is specific to that individual's situation and circumstances, in which potential retirees' age and plan that they're in will be impacted differently amongst different retirees. So the problem you get into, and I did talk with some union leadership about thoughts and ideas that they felt would be well received by the membership. And as you're developing a retirement incentive, we took a lot of those into consideration. The challenge with this is that for some folks, this retirement incentive will be very enticing, and for other folks, it will be less enticing. And that's because there's a variety of factors that go into a retirement incentive. And I think we have come with a good retirement incentive that makes sense. I do think it is time sensitive, and you have expanded the time frame for folks to consider it. But I also think that it's going to be different for each individual retiree as how they can maximize a benefit that best meets their need. And there's a balance here between what you can capture with the greatest amount of, or the greatest amount of folks can benefit, and what you can manage both internally. So while some folks may not find this attractive for a variety of reasons, I think a lot of others do.
So the idea of sampling with a town hall or other kind of way, particularly the current people who are retired, is something we don't want to do?
I did talk with union leadership. I mean, I did get some input.
Yeah, but they're not, but union leadership represents current employees. I'm talking about the retirees out there that have already retired.
We did have some conversations with existing retirees as well, Mike. And I know Lisa's had some extensive conversation with some.
And just let me finish it. It's time sensitive because what? If we postpone this 2 weeks, what would that do?
Well, I mean, you're trying to develop a budget in the meantime. You're also trying to provide people with ample opportunity to get retirement counseling, to make decisions on a big part of their career if they're going to retire or not. At the same time, you're trying to develop a budget that inevitably is going to reduce the number of positions in that budget. At the same point in time, these other benefits involving existing retirees has benefit changes that are important to being able to have a sustainable and very comprehensive retiree healthcare benefit. This is a very complex issue that unfortunately we try to look and take the approach that's going to have the largest impact spread across the largest group of population that takes advantage of the benefit. Unfortunately, it's impossible to capture everyone in that. So we're trying to provide the best benefit to the most amount of folks that we can capture. So I do think it is time sensitive. We tried to get it out a little bit earlier, but as you can see, it's a complex issue.
Thank you. Anyone else? Shauna Black?
Hi there. I also share Mike's concern. I think that we've heard from one person, and I'm sure that there are many more. I don't, I understand that it could be time sensitive, but I think whenever we have this conversation, we have to realize that many of the people that are retiring, could be on very fixed incomes, and an impact of $200 or $300 more per month is really, and really could affect their future. I guess what I would like to see is perhaps a letter go out or some type of correspondence to seek feedback. I feel like it's really hard to make a decision for the 126 retirees whenever we've only heard from one of them. And I understand that people have been contacting Lisa or HR, but I think, we also need to hear those concerns in order to make a decision.
Thank you, Shauna. Kathy, can you go to full screen? Rich John?
Thanks. And I'm reminded that I've sat through healthcare insurance presentations for years and years. And I think if Dante had been writing now, he would have had one of his rings of hell just be continuous discussions of health insurance. But let me extend the joy. I understand what you're trying to do here in moving these groups. what I don't see is a comparison retiree to retiree. These 68 are going to pay more, but is there a general equality or near equality that if you're a retiree, you pay roughly the same amount for your health insurance?
So right now there isn't, Rich. Right now there's huge disparity between what retirees pay. And that's part of the challenge with this, because if retirees all paid the same, it would be easier to make a decision that would impact, it would be less divisive. But right now retirees can pay between 3 different plans that have a very significant difference in terms of employee and retiree contribution.
So this would move us closer to an equality of
yes. Payment. So if you go to the next slide, Lisa, the next one over that we just looked at.
This one?
Yeah. The 126, as you can see, there's a significant difference in annual savings between 600 and 6,200, which is another way of saying they're paying anywhere between 600 to 6,200 more. They're paying more. And the 68 is a challenge because they're paying significantly less in a heavily subsidized plan, which I think is an unsustainable plan. So trying to find the balance in the medium so that all retirees, especially this category, which is Medicare eligible, and we haven't even got to the retirement incentive yet. This is just existing retirees, is trying to even that playing field and provide a good comprehensive coverage that's both cost effective for the retiree, which in this case more than 2/3 can benefit from, as well as cost effective and manageable and sustainable for the county. And that's the challenge, Rich, in this process, and trying to even that playing field. Now, what the Budget, Capital, and Personnel Committee voted on last week, the week before, was, I think, a very good approach and compromise of scaling into that equal share over a 3-year period of time. So, put another way, the next 3 years, there will still be a difference in contribution by retirees, but it'll be slowly moving towards an equitable and a consistent formula to come together January 1st, 2023. It's a very difficult process to navigate. You're dealing 3 different plans, and actually against 3 different plans, you have 15 different types of possibilities and outcomes and computations, right? So trying to understand the impact on every single person is very difficult, and that's where I'll just be candid. When you start to get into trying to tailor a specific plan around specific individual needs of individuals, you will then get what you have now, which is essentially 15 different types of options. And we're trying to simplify it and make it effective while maintaining comprehensive coverage. And the vast majority of the folks will make out, at a very minimum, the same or most likely better. And unfortunately, some folks may not, and they may go elsewhere to get that Medigap coverage that they want. They will probably stick with this because it's an excellent coverage and an excellent rate. Unfortunately, it's impossible to compare it to free retiree healthcare.
Thank you, that helps.
That's essentially what it is. It's just impossible to compare it to. So,
Martha.
I think, didn't Henry and Amanda also have, I can wait, I just want to.
Martha, I'm going down the list.
Okay,
You're up.
all right, okay, thanks. I didn't get a chance to read the letter that Annie sent. I would say, and of course we haven't even started talking about the retirement incentive, but that is the gist of it is that completely voluntary. Nobody, whatever incentive we end up adopting, nobody has to take that incentive. So there's that. And then in terms of looking at how, like looking for feedback from retirees, I think you can see the vote on this slide. It'll be 126 to 68 in favor of this proposal. So I think that if you look at the amounts on packet page 58, right now, this group of 68 is paying, I think, less than 5% of the cost of their platinum plan. on January 1st, 2021, they would go to 10%. The following January, they would go to 30%. And not until 2023 would they go to 50%. So all the way until January 2023, they continue to do way better than their colleagues. And we tend to really want to sympathize and do as well as, like give everybody everything they want. I think we understand that we can't do that. And I think this is gives people a glide path, gives people time to continue to have a great, affordable, extra affordable option while they look for something else, if that's what they want to do, or build that increase into their budgets. So I hope we can move ahead and adopt this tonight. Jason and the department heads need to have some predictability in order to give us a rational budget in September. And that includes a solid sense of how many people actually are going to retire early and what is the overall calculation that we can use when we're talking about our staffing going forward. So I think this is one of those things that I really hope people will go ahead and be prepared to support this. It's, I think, the best we could do for everybody involved, and it sort of shares the pain as well as we can.
Thank you, Martha. Amanda, followed by Henry, and then we're gonna wrap this.
Yeah, Jason pretty much said what I was gonna try to say, and I don't see any reason to wait. I think that the sort of scaling up over a couple of years is a great option, and it's not going to come as a big surprise to people. And I think our staff has worked very hard on this, and they understand it far better than any of us. And I definitely support this.
Thank you, Amanda. Henry?
Yes, Jason and Lisa, how many of the 68 people have had notice of this proposed change?
So we have not, obviously this is a discussion, this has not been adopted. So we have not reached out to retirees individually. We've obviously informed all the employees that the information is on the agenda and it's been on the website, but we have not we've not advertised this to any of the retirees. We've talked with some of them are aware of it, and from that perspective, but since it's a proposal, we have not shopped it out.
And Jason, beyond the retirement benefit, I assume you'd still recommend that we do this?
I'm sorry, I didn't get the last.
Beyond the retirement incentive, which is the next part, you would still recommend that we change this plan?
I personally think all of this is an important package. And when we talk about retiree healthcare in general, it makes it consistent. It makes it manageable it makes it sustainable and manageable on our end while still providing a comprehensive coverage for retirees. This has been a very difficult thing to muscle through, but I think it's fair and reasonable to be able to continue to provide, which I still think is a much better benefit than most municipalities provide for their retirees.
Okay.
All right.
Well, one more question.
Sure.
I mean, when we passed this before, giving them the whole thing with the plan, is there any expectation that your employer will keep the same plan, or is it every year there could be a new plan?
So that's a really good point, Henry, and I think it's important to actually highlight that. For example, if you go back 30 years, prescription drugs had a $1 copay, right?
Right.
And there are retirees that were retired then that had a $1 copay for prescription drugs. That changes, and as such, your plan changes, and that means their benefits change with that plan. So you're not under any commitment or obligation to provide retiree health care. It's a decision that you openly make. It's only in one collective bargaining agreement, which means you have to provide it. And that's because that was issued through an arbitration award, not because it was negotiated. So in essence, you voluntarily provide this benefit, which is a good benefit to provide your existing employees to retire. It's a recruitment benefit. It's what I would call an employer of choice benefit. The challenge is balancing it and making it sustainable. And the benefits change, the benefit plans change from years to years. And as such, as you change it for active employees, it has to change with retirees. Otherwise, you would essentially be providing the same plan for the oldest retiree that could be 100 years old, that retired 50 years ago, 55 years ago, 45 years ago. You technically, if that was the case, you'd be providing them the same plan from 45 years ago, which is not a practical approach to it. So, I think there's never an expectation that you will always continue to provide the exact same plan for the entire existence of it. It changes, and as such, it changes for retirees.
Great, thank you.
Anna Kellis and Ann Corman.
I'll try and keep this short. People have said most of what I was thinking. I think that, government is hard because you're always thinking about the collective, and yet the government decisions affect individuals. So just acknowledging that. Because of that, I see that you've done a tremendous amount of work, and I support this. And I don't see the need to delay voting on it. But I would ask if it's possible, if moving forward, even after the decision is made, if we can reach out to the people that it will affect negatively, and strike up a creative conversation of what type of support or ideas in supporting them, just to continue that conversation, if that's possible. Jason.
Yeah, I think it might be in the resolution too, Ann. I'm not sure, but one of the things Lisa and I talked about with Sarah, and it's one of the areas that we can do a better job on, and we're committed to doing it, is ensuring that we're providing the right resources to our retirees for healthcare counseling and Medicare counseling. A lot of times retirees are retired, we don't see them every day, or they move on, and I don't want to say they're forgotten, but there is definitely more we can do to connect folks to the resources, both in our office, through COFA, through Lifelong. And Lisa and I have talked about ensuring that we are doing a very warm handoff to right resources for them to make the right decisions for them, because they're individualized decisions, right? Some folks will be able to do this because it's right for them, and some folks may say, I want to do something else, and we want to make sure that they are able to have that access to the right information and help them through the process, because it's really complicated. It's really complicated. We also, we push back the start date for allowing for that process. So I think, and Lisa could probably talk a little bit more about it. She's trying to figure out how to ramp up their ability to provide that support. But it's a good point, and something that we think is important, critically important, to ensure that our retirees have the confidence they do to make the right decisions.
Thanks.
And you're right, there's a resolve in the resolution to try to address that. Ann Corman.
Thank you. So why, this was 2017, this was adopted, that some retirees had such a great savings, right? And
Yes.
do we know why that was adopted at that point?
Yes.
Go ahead, Dan.
We were trying to there were certain retirees that told us, and it was true, that it would cost them, how they word this, it was going to cost them more to retire. Like, there was no incentive to retire because of the health insurance costs that they were going to go into. So they were staying in the job longer than maybe they wanted to, maybe they should have, maybe that we thought of. So what we did was set up this plan to move them off a more expensive plan, and we had the cost to them be zero. So, and the cost to the county was zero also. So they were moved off a more expensive plan. It was cheaper for them. It was cheaper for us. That's how I remember it.
Sounds like my recollection as well. So, well, one of the things I want to, Jason, I'm sorry, Yanni, are you done?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Were you about to say something else, Jason?
I would say that the only correction there is there was no savings to the county. Yeah, you didn't save anything from the county. And I would also add that I think that, we're playing Monday morning quarterback here, right? I mean, so, I think the Medicare supplement discussion probably could have been a good time to have that discussion, because that probably would have been a right transfer to make at that time, but it didn't happen. But it's a heavily subsidized approach to it. And it's, to a certain extent, it's an unsustainable approach in the long term.
So Jason and Lisa, I know this was really a heavy lift. It's not like we haven't attempted to look at this in the past. Our retiree program here has been quite a maze, like you said, of several different plans in action and trying to make things as equitable as possible. It's unfortunate that the people who have been paying on the lower end of the scale now have to pay a little bit more, and the people who are paying at a higher end of the scale all along will come down some, and then everybody sort of almost evens out. I know there was a lot of work you all put in this, and I want to appreciate that. It is on the agenda. I appreciate reading the resolution and also your commitment to making sure that all of our retirees are informed and have information to share with us as well. We're going to go ahead with, no, you have more, Jason?
No, we have
share that.
proposals 3 and 4 to wrap up, and I know Mike Sigler's had his hand up for a long time too.
I haven't seen Mike Sigler. I've been looking at where is Mike Sigler?
He's doing it on visually. He's not doing it with the little hand signal.
Mike, go ahead. I can't see you, but go ahead.
Oh, that's fine. I guess my question is, if you've answered this already, I'm sorry, but I don't know. I'm wondering if this is going to cost, on average, 68 people an extra $2,670. Why wouldn't we just pick that up? I mean, it's $181,560 for the county to pick that up, but we're saving almost $1 million. I mean, we would still save $739,470. I guess I don't know why we just wouldn't pick that cost up. And if that cost isn't going to be forever, I mean, it's going to run out when the 68 people, we can either make it wind out over a longer period of time than 3 years, or eventually everything winds out. I mean, we're not immortal, so I'm sorry if you already answered that.
No, your point is well taken. I think you answered it yourself, in that the scaling down, or the scaling out, or the flattening of the percentage share is what that's intended to do. So it scales out over a 3-year period. So really the initial, the first few years is a lower retiree share, and then it equals out to what the rest of the retirees are paying in a few years. So I think you answered your own question. That's the approach that we came to, as to how do we scale out that cost over time.
I mean, is an option to not scale that out, just because we're still going to be saving like $739,000. I guess we're kind of just taking it out of their pocket and putting it in the counties, which, I mean, obviously that's what we do. I mean, that's budgeting, but I guess I'd be pretty amenable to just eating that $181,000, because it's, like I said, it's not going to be a forever cost.
Well, I would say this: it would mean that you would have a section of retirees that are going to be treated differently, where we're trying to create a more equitable share and spread of this benefit. So if that's the case, you would be essentially, basically, it would not be a 50-50 retiree county share for the MS4 plan for those 68 folks. It would be a 95% share. That would be the equivalent. So for those 68 folks, they would be paying 5% of the Medicare supplement, and you would be paying 95%. That's the equivalent. You wouldn't do it dollars and cents wise, Mike. You would do it percentage wise. Otherwise, you're going to get into, that's how that would work. And that would be for those 68 folks, and that could be for obviously another 40 or 50 years, but that could be that share for those 68 folks.
So it's really more of an equity issue as opposed to a cost savings issue.
I think it's both. I think it's an equity issue and a cost savings issue. I think it's also an administration issue, although it's not, and we've definitely scaled back the challenges that come with administrating this just with these changes. It's partly an equity issue because then you have this issue of, all right, you have a group cohort of retirees that are Medicare eligible that are paying one thing for the same plan that the other folks are paying significantly less rate for. Right now they have a choice of picking different plans, which they choose to do. Where we're shifting to is this Medicare supplement is just one set Medicare supplement, and now you'll have 2/3 of them right now paying a higher share, 1/3 paying a reduced share.
All right. Could you repeat something you said before just to make me feel better about the whole thing? You had said that a lot of these folks were overinsured.
Yes.
I know what it means, but I don't know what it means in terms of this.
Okay. Lisa, tell me if I'm not, well, actually, Lisa, why don't you explain this? Because you're better at this than I am.
Well, essentially when you turn 65, if you're retired and you go on Medicare, Medicare becomes the primary payer. So every time you go for a physician's visit, you go to the hospital, most everything Medicare pays for. And so far our current cohort of retirees have these other full plans, most of which the costs, the claims never even hit those plans, only the small percentage that Medicare does not cover. So most of our retirees, and many of them are paying for these traditional indemnity plans that are, thousands of dollars per year that they're not using, they're only using a small fraction of. So they're paying a lot for insurance that they're not needing or using. Really all they need is the portion that Medicare does not cover, because Medicare is fairly comprehensive, and there's only a small portion that of costs that it doesn't cover. And that's why the Medicare supplement plan is more scaled and cost effective.
Thank you, Lisa.
Okay. Well, we're not gonna change any more minds. I think we've talked about this quite robustly for a while. So I'm gonna move on.
Okay.
Jason, Lisa, anything else you were reporting on, or we can go to budget and take up this resolution?
I do. There are 3 more slides that finish the presentation, and they are, we just got through the most challenging part, I would say. The other 3 will be faster. But I appreciate this discussion, and this is, a microcosm of what we've been talking about for the last month. So I very much appreciate, the robust discussion. The third proposal is the actual retirement incentive for active county employees. It's just 1 slide that covers it. And in order to be eligible, employees must be 55 or older with 10 or more years of service with Tompkins County. We're asking that employees notify their department head and human resources that they plan to retire by August 14th. That was originally written as July 31st, but after the feedback of the Budget and Capital Committee, we pushed it back 2 weeks to August 14th. And the retirement date must fall between, assuming that the legislature would adopt this incentive, between that date and December 31st. So anytime between essentially now and then the end of the year. Saying employees would retire into the state retirement system, and that any employee under age 65 could retire in their current plan at a 20% retiree share and an 80% county share. That's essentially the same rate that they're paying now as an active employee, with this cost sharing rate effective through the end of 2022. So that's 2+ years. Any employee over the age of 65 who's Medicare eligible would retire into a Medicare supplement plan at that same 2080 cost share rate. And any employees who retired prior to this incentive would not be eligible for it. So that, in a nutshell, is the incentive that we would be offering active county employees. And then after this, any future retirees we would say would go either to the Platinum plan, individual or family, or Medicare supplement plan at the 50-50 cost share rates. And this would be effective for any retirements announced after the date of this incentive, after August 14th, 2020, going forward. So that's the last proposal. And this final slide is just a summary of where we are now currently. The rate of the cost share equivalents of our current plans, what is proposed for under age 65 and over age 65, what the incentive would offer, the 2080 split, and in the future, we would be moving to a 50-50 split. So that's where we're heading in a nutshell.
All right, thank you, Lisa. Now let's see if we have questions on this part. Dan Klein.
I'm not sure this is the right moment to ask, but there has been a New York State early retirement benefit proposed. It hasn't gotten very far in the assembly yet. Lisa, you're nodding your head. It's on your radar. That's kind of my first question.
Yes, it was brought to my attention yesterday. I reached out to Assemblywoman Lifton's office and heard back today that it's a one house bill and they don't see much chance that it's going to move very far.
Thank you.
All right, Anna Kellis, Ann Corman.
Yeah, I'm curious. The shift in the age group that is eligible for Medicare, I understand that process. The shift to 50-50 for those who are not eligible for Medicare, I think that for me is the one hiccup that concerns me. Particularly given Medicaid or medical costs. I'm struggling with that. Do we have an assessment of what the impact economically, any estimates for that group?
So that's folks that haven't retired yet. So
this is okay. So we
haven't retired yet.
But we have a group of people, so, and I think this is what you were describing before, and I think I just wasn't following properly, but for the incentive for having some people retire early, they would not fall into this bracket even though they'd be under 65 because we would be adjusting and keeping them on until they're 65, correct?
So the folks that want to take advantage, the incentive itself, so under current standards now, they're paying roughly a 50-50 share, give or take, depending on the family plan, depending on the plan. If it's an individual platinum, it's a little less if you retire now without an incentive. So you would be paying more as a retiree if you were to retire now under most of these plans. The incentive is to say you can stay in your current plan at the 2080 share, which is what the current employees play now. So it's basically a 2.5-year incentive. Come, at the end of 2022, you would then shift into the 50-50 share with the platinum plan. So part of the incentive is that the employees want to stay in their classic blue or PPO a little bit while they're in retirement. So we allow them to do that. We also give them the reduced rate. And then in a few years, we require them to move over to platinum at a 50-50 share. So it's a reduced benefit for the first few years of retirement, and then it shifts them to the platinum plan, which is still the same network, just a lower premium and then a little higher cost share.
Okay, so it is a ding for the early retirers. So it disincentivizes retiring early a little bit.
It actually pans out to be about the same amount of money in savings. A little bit, there is an incentive to it, but this is where the question comes into play, Anna, as to their age. So if you're 55 and retire, it's one thing. If you're 61 or 62 and retire, and you're about 2 years or 3 years out of Medicare, it's going to save you a lot more.
Right.
And this is where the whole thing of who benefits the most and who benefits the least becomes an issue, right?
Do you have a headache yet for doing all this, for crunching the?
It's a challenge.
Right. Ann Corman.
Thank you. So another thing that the person that contacted me, the employee, they asked about, I believe this comes under this part of the presentation, loss of longevity incentive. So the loss of longevity incentive.
Right.
What that is.
So that person is basically, that letter is suggesting that the benefit should be based on, or so there should be some enhanced benefit based on years of service. We did not tailor the benefit that way. You know, in other words, we didn't say if you have 30 years of service, you get an enhanced benefit over someone who has 20 years of service or someone who has 10 years of service. We did not structure this retirement incentive that way.
Did it used to be like that?
No, that's just a personal preference of someone.
Okay, thank you.
It's just another way of doing it. Leslie, Mike Sigler has his hand up. I don't know if you can see him.
I can't, I just scrolled again.
He doesn't usually, does it?
I can't see you all physically on my screen.
And
So you have to use your little hand thing.
I can stop sharing this too if we're ready.
Or
to
you can
move
stop
on.
sharing and then I can see, but I think people wanted to see it.
Okay.
Mike Sigler, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I don't actually have the little raise my hand thing up. I don't know where that is. So I used to have it. Anyway, I'm just wondering a couple things. We've let people retire and then stay on. Can someone take the incentive? So 2 questions actually. Can someone take the incentive and then stay on? I don't know for how long, but I mean, they don't have to walk out the door that day, basically.
Right. So basically they would have to retire by the end of the calendar year. So notification is all right, my retirement date's December 15th. So they would stay on until December 15th. And then they would retire into the retirement system. They would retire from the county, and then they would continue this 2080 share, which they currently pay now, for another 2 years. And that's the case. Now, there are certain situations, and we have talked about this a little bit, where we may want to have overlap after their retirement, say for a few months, and that's a kind of a discretionary call we would make with the department head if there were to be some transition time.
Okay, my other question is there any way to stretch that from 3 years to even like 5 years, or is that like baked in the cake?
That's a decision up to the legislature. You know, when we did this, we initially had an immediate shift to the 50-50 share for Medicare eligible retirees. But Budget, Capital, and Personnel, I thought, had a great suggestion about spanning it out over the 3 years, because that January 1st, 2023 mark was kind of where it was all coming together. If you're specifically talking about the Medicare eligible folks, those 68 individuals, if you wanted to spread it out another year or two, that's a discretion of the legislature.
Thank you. Any other questions? Can Lisa stop sharing her screen now? Then I can see your lovely faces again. Thank you. There you all are. I don't see any other hands with any other questions. Anything else on this, Lisa and Jason? Oh, I see Martha's hand now.
Well, I just wondered if you wanted to take the resolution now.
I was just asking, I was just getting there. Any other question, any other thing, Lisa and Jason?
No, other than I would just second what Lisa said. You know, I understand the complexity of this issue, the discussion. It's something that I know Lisa and Sarah and I have batted around for the better part of 4 to 6 weeks. So it's inherently complex. I can appreciate that. I can also appreciate the the individual impact and the sensitivity of the issue and how it impacts individuals. So we're definitely trying to put together something that recognizes and acknowledges that, help folks address it, as well as something that we can continue to sustain long-term as an employer. So it's not an easy issue, and I appreciate the challenge you're going through with it.
All right. Thank you again for all your work on this. Thank you very much, Lisa. This is coming out of Budget, Capital, and Personnel Committee. Martha, do you want to move your resolution?
Yes, I would, and it's packet page 52. ID 938-4A, resolution adopting current retiree health care benefits, offering an early retirement incentive, and establishing future retiree health insurance benefits. I so move.
May I have a second, please? Seconded by Deborah Dawson.
And if I could,
I've talked about it a lot. We're not going to talk about it anymore.
No, I know. I really wanted to thank the staff. You know, I had a sense of this because Jason kept saying, well, we'll get you those materials by next week. Oh, we'll get you materials by Monday. It kept going on. And it was, so we know that it was a real job here. I wanted to point out packet page 54, that fourth resolve from the bottom. Human Resources collaborate with the County Office for the Aging as well as other human service agencies to take proactive steps to provide all current and potential Tompkins County retirees with education and retirement healthcare counseling during this transition and benefits. So that is, you know, Lifelong and COFA and others to really help. Human Services Coalition would really be teed up to help people because these are complex decisions, and we're offer that.
All right, thank you. Vote, roll call vote. Yes, sorry.
I'd like to move an amendment.
Okay.
I'd like to move an amendment that changes the glide path. I don't know where the wording can go at this moment. The glide path, 3 years, change that to 5 years with a 10% change in cost share each year.
Leslie,
I'd like to second that if I can.
May I have a second, please?
Yes, I have a second.
Second by Mike Sigler, thank you. Jason, did you want to say something on that?
just to clarify, Dan and Mike, what you're asking for is 2021 will be a 10-90 split retiree county. 2022 would be a 20-80 split for 2022. Yes. 2023 would be a 30-70 split. 2024 would be a 40-60 split. And 2025 would be a 50-50 split retiree county share. And that is for retirees that fit under that 68, the 68 retirees that's under J of section 2 of that resolution.
Ooh. Yeah.
We believe what you said.
I just want to.
J of section 2. No. The first part with the years. That's what we're saying.
Okay.
And yes.
Okay. Just to clarify.
Dan is clarifying. He's fact checking.
Okay.
Any discussion on the amendment? Martha Robertson.
Yeah, I would ask, there's a lot of work done in here in sort of the proposal number 1 about simplifying that. It goes a long way to making this whole program a lot more manageable. So I guess Lisa and Jason, would this, would this add a layer of complexity that would, be difficult for the department?
I think it's fair and reasonable.
Fair and reasonable. Beautiful.
Okay,
Any other discussion? Okay, vote on the amendment. Roll call.
Henry Grandison.
Yes.
Rich John.
Yes.
Anna Kellis.
Yes.
Dan Klein.
Yes.
Ann Corman.
Yes.
Mike Lane.
Yes.
Dave McKenna.
Yes.
Glenn Maury.
Yes.
Martha Robertson.
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Leslyn McBean Claiborne,
Yes.
14 ayes, 0 no.
Okay, so that's the main motion now on the table. The 5-year, whatever glide path with hang gliders and so on. On J2 of whatever Jason said.
2J, section 2J.
2J. Yeah, this has been going on for a while. All right, let's vote on it. Roll call.
Henry Grandison,
Yeah.
Rich John,
Yes.
Anna Kellis,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Dave McKenna,
Yes.
Glenn Maury,
Yes.
Martha Robertson,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Leslyn McBean Claiborne,
Yes.
14 ayes, 0 no's.
All right, thank you very much, legislators. It was worth the discussion, although a little long, for us to get to this place. Thank you again, Lisa and Jason and others who worked on this. It was a lot of work to try unravel our retirement system, make it something that's more equitable and understandable. We are going to take a quick break, and I do mean quick. 8 minutes.
Long break.
Was that 8:40? Yes, thank you.
Sorry, please. Sorry.
I hit the last Stop on his first vehicle, come on.
Unmute us and we're on.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Thank you for indulging in such a quick break. We're gonna try and move quickly through the rest of our agenda. Rick Schneider, our Finance Director, do you have a report for us?
I do have a report. I promise this will be under 2 hours. Okay?
Oh, why break it now, Rick? Go ahead.
Two quick items. One of them is in your packet that begins on page 4 of your agenda packet, which discusses the upcoming auction. The second item is a very brief sales tax report, which is not in your agenda packet, but it was emailed to you at around 5 p.m. earlier this evening. I do have May sales tax figures for you, so you might be able to access it through your email that way. First, we'll talk about the auction on page 4 of your agenda packet. I always bring a memo to the legislature as a courtesy. There's no action required tonight, but we like to show to you the properties that we have scheduled for auction. We've been talking about this for the last 2 or 3 months, and so I'll just give you some highlights on our upcoming auction. Right now we have 31 properties scheduled for auction. 13 are residential, 18 are vacant or commercial parcels. The tax foreclosure auction has been rescheduled from its original June date back to August 17th, 2020. The planning department, Darby Kiley, has put together the planning and sustainability department's annual memo that went to the GO committee, at which point they always look at properties to withhold from auction, those that might have conservation value or municipalities may be interested in them. And so they did that during the month of May, and the planning department took to the Government Operations Committee. Actually, it was on June 4th, I'm sorry, not in May. And they voted to withhold 3 parcels from the list, and 2 other parcels they voted to withhold from auction or not even foreclose on, because those are stormwater properties and we're working on an agreement for those 2 parcels with the town of Newfield. On pages 5 and 8 of the agenda are spreadsheets that show the properties, residential being on, I believe it starts on page 5, and the commercial vacant on page 8. All the other pages as part of this memo are just notes to the file, as you will, that our staff collects so that you can see the correspondence and all the notes for each individual property. Over the years, we've had legislators ask, well, did you call them? Did the mail come back, et cetera, et cetera. So we put this complete packet together that gives you all the notices and notes to the file for each individual property. I always like to add that the foreclosure proceedings are always sent to the towns and villages so that they have ample time to know about properties in their respective municipalities. And we always send 2 copies of the foreclosure proceedings, one to the clerk of the town and one also to the supervisor. This year, the last day to pay has been moved back from May 15th to July 15th. And we're supposed to be having our property tour with the auctioneer next Tuesday or next Wednesday. So once again, there's no action necessary for this. When you do take action, it will be immediately right after the auction, and that will be to release the properties into the new owners' names.
Okay.
So that's all I have on the auction. If I'll take questions on it if you have any.
Okay, Mike Sigler.
Hi, Rick. I just wanted to know, all of the foreclosures that we're working on right here, these are all pre-COVID, right? These were things we were working on before.
These were one that we enacted actually back in October of last year, and were pretty much wrapped up in January of this year, of 2020. And technically the last day to pay, according to the legalese behind it, is actually a date in January. But as you know, we work with property owners between then and the actual date of the auction, really, to try to reconcile and get payments and work out deals and all that kind of stuff that you know about, that we try to not auction any more properties than we have to. I think last year we only ended up with 7 that actually went to auction out of 25 or so. So our list is a little long for this time of year. When I say 31 properties, that's probably 5 or 6 more than we usually have at this time. But I think a lot of that is because of things being closed down and COVID-19 and a lot of the disadvantages that we have.
No, I want to congratulate you on that too. Other counties, it's always amazing to me how many things are foreclosed upon. So I'm glad we're not one of those counties.
All right, thank you. Martha Robertson.
So Rick, do you see any of these still coming off the list for people making payments?
Yes, I do, only because in my gut, past experience tells me that we all, from this point to the last day to pay, which is July 15th, I know that we'll have some come through the door and that will make good because they want to keep their properties. There may be even a couple of deals that we do when people come in for with an installment agreement. So, but that doesn't affect the vacant and commercial ones because you can't do an installment agreement for the vacant and commercial properties. So only through past experience can I say that, yeah, we're going to have some of these paid off. I just can't give you a good hint as to how many.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions on the properties in foreclosure? Yes, Dan.
I just want to point out, Rick, correct me if I got this wrong, but for the sake of the public, these residential properties that we're foreclosing upon, we're doing that because they did not pay their taxes for 3 years. Is that correct?
3 years.
Yeah. So I just want people to know this is not something we just, one missed payment and we jump on them.
That's why I like to say this is definitely pre-COVID information. None of this has been caused by either the recent economy or the COVID shutdown.
All right.
And then my last
Thank you, Rick. Next thing.
Last thing, sales tax. Jason was anxious to get this today. He called me. He hardly calls me about sales tax figures. He calls me about more exciting stuff, but he had to have this number. I didn't even have it at that point in time, although the state did produce relatively the same numbers for us yesterday and the day before. NISAC and the state, they get their numbers out before I even get these computations made. But I worked on it today, and around 5 o'clock today, or 4:30, we got the sales tax report. So if you have it from your computer, it basically, the sales tax distribution summary for May shows us being down the month of May 33.79% compared to last May. I think if we look at last year, or last month, April, when we were looking very closely, I think that it was in at a minus 27%. And let me check that right now, but yes, minus 27% for the month of April, minus 34% for the month of May. At the end of May, year-to-date tax distributions for the county total $12.8 million compared to $14.3 million back in 2019. That's a loss or a decrease of $1,432,000 year over year. Bottom line, compared to last year, we're down 10%, minus 10 year to date.
All right.
Any questions?
Deborah, question?
Yes, thank you. Thanks, Rick. I had a constituent ask me today how we get monthly sales tax reports when a lot of businesses only pay quarterly. So I have no way of knowing the answer to that. I mean, I think he's talking about contractors and construction companies, but like Target and those companies, do they pay monthly?
Having not paid sales tax, I really don't know. I always refer people who call me about how do I pay my sales tax to the Department of Taxation at the New York State. I give them the link. There's all the information that they need on how to pay and what forms to use and when to pay. So I really don't have much, a high degree of a response there to comfort you in any way. I really don't know. Jason, do you have any idea from a taxpayer's perspective?
I have no idea. I'm sorry. It's a good question. I would have.
I do know that there's a lot of quarterly catch-up payments because whenever we get a month's proceeds, they break it down like, even though we call this the month of May, and we've talked about this before, this really represents collections during the month of April. But it's like 3 weeks of April and 1 week of May. And then they also break it down when you tell you the quarterly earnings that a certain amount of collections come from the month before that, and a certain amount of the percentage of the collections come from the month before that. And then they go back to even the previous year because there's always adjustments and recalculations and credits that are given. So a lot of people who might pay late, you'll get those payments many months later. So sorry I couldn't answer your specific question, but I'm sure there's information available at the New York State Department of Taxation site.
Thank you. Henry?
Yes, Rick, I assume that this does not include any of the internet sales taxes?
Oh, yes, it does.
Oh, it does?
Yeah.
Oh.
Internet, from last July to now, we've had internet sales. I gave a complete report on that last month. And there was a table that showed how much came in from internet sales since they started last year. I can resend that to you. I believe everybody there was copied on that. The second part of my sales tax presentation last month was just on internet sales. So from here on in, yes, indeed, it does include internet sales.
Okay, Martha.
Thank you. Usually, Rick, you have a sort of comparison to the budget. It's usually in the middle of the page, but I'm looking at the bottom. Is that information in the box at the bottom?
That's in the box at the bottom that shows our gross budget right now compared to budget is at 34%. And if you're just looking at a simple 5/12 out of the month, that would be 41.6%. So we are below budget by that much, 34 compared to say 42. We don't often share the month-to-month presentation because Jason and I know that the cyclical nature of the monies that come in over the year, it's not even. There's peaks and valleys, so we can't say to you at any fixed point in time, well, 5/12 is 42%, so we should have gotten 42%. We'd have to go back and look at previous year's budget forecasts to see where we should be at. But yeah, on the downside, our gross budget estimate, we're only in there right now at 34%.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And Corman.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify for annual, well, you can file your taxes annually. I used to do file sales tax. If you're a very small business, you owe less than $3,000. You file quarterly. If your taxable receipts are 300,000 or less, and if it's more than 300,000, you file monthly.
Wow.
Thank you, Annie.
Very good.
Thanks to Google.
Thanks.
Henry?
Yes. Rick, what was your prediction for this month, and do you have a prediction for next month?
It was Jason's prediction, and he's smiling, so I have a feeling he probably nailed it again. Didn't you, Jason? Pretty close.
Rick, what was last month's? We were down 27%.
27.
And we projected a 27% decrease. So that was an anomaly. It was how much of a decrease this month compared to
34%.
We projected a 36% decrease. So we were close. Fortunately, we were off. We were off in a good way. In a good way. Next month, 25% decrease of June's over 2019. So we start to, the way we did our model and our mild model, we had it kind of starting to gradually improve towards the end of the year. The more severe model, which doesn't seem to be consistent with what we're seeing, was a little different. So we're estimating for June a roughly about a 25% decrease over last June.
And these are the things that we wager on here in our office, because
so much for being optimistic. Any other questions to Rick? Rick, thank you very much.
Welcome.
All right, we are going to move on, and I'm going to apologize to Elizabeth Cree. I'm just being told that she's on there. So Amanda, I'm going to ask you, it's on the GO. So sorry, Elizabeth, thanks for your patience.
Thank you.
I didn't see you, my dear. For the
Yeah.
creation resolution G, Amanda, do you want to take that?
Yep. I can go ahead and move resolution G, creation of position election worker at Board of Elections.
May I have a second, please? Second by Dan Klein. Any discussion? Mike Sigler?
Really more of a thank you, Elizabeth. Your people, I heard, are working really, really hard at the Board of Elections, something along the lines of 12,000 absentee ballots, or something along those lines.
Yes. And as of today, I think most of us have 32 hours in, and it's only Tuesday in the week. So they're doing a stand-up job, considering we've never been through any type of this volume of work before, and I've been here 33 years.
Well, definitely thank you to you and your team, and to Steve's team. Well,
Yeah.
same team.
Definitely, thank you.
Thank you indeed. Lots of heavy lifting. Is there anything else you want to share with us, Elizabeth, since we had you waiting this long?
I would just say that early voting has been very dismal because of the absentees. So as of like 5 o'clock tonight, and it started Saturday, we only had 132 voters. So I have a feeling the polls will be quite quiet on Tuesday, even though a lot of work goes into it. We're still replacing election workers right now, and I filled 2 more spots today.
Okay, so where can people, just as a reminder, where can people go vote for early voting? Where are some of the places?
Sure. You can still vote absentee in person in our office. You can vote at the town hall in the town of Ithaca, which is kitty corner from our office. And you can vote at the Crash Fire Rescue Building up by the airport until Sunday.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Any other questions for Elizabeth? Martha?
Yeah, I just want to make a comment and confirm on the district, it's on the absentee ballot, the district attorney seats were way over on the right. I had some people say to me that they missed that on their absentee ballot, and so they didn't vote for DA. So I checked with Stephen, and he said that if that's true, and even if you've mailed in your absentee ballot, you can actually go to either early voting or on June 23rd, vote in person. And then when you folks tally the absentee ballots, you'll check it off and see that they voted in person and then discard their absentee ballot. So we
won't discard it, but we'll never ever open it.
Okay, so then people then have to re-vote on the whole ballot, but that's at least a chance for them to correct that undervote if that's what they did. Is that right?
Yes. And it's always been the case that, like, if your plans change and you've been out of town, you could still go vote on election day. And we do have some people that are doing that right now.
Okay, thank you very much. And
Thank you.
for everything you're all doing.
Thank you for that clarification as well. Anything else for Elizabeth? All right, let's vote on this resolution so she can go home.
Henry Granison,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Anna Kellis,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Dave McKenna,
Yes.
Glenn Maury,
Yes.
Martha Robertson,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Lesley McBean Claiborne.
Yes.
14 ayes, 0 noes.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, Elizabeth.
Take care.
You too. Good to see you.
You too.
And since I'm on it, we have one other resolution. Amanda, why don't you just continue with GO? And so we can get this other resolution out of the way.
Okay, do you want me to give my regular report first?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so GO met on June 4th. We talked about a lot of things which have already been covered here: foreclosure, this election worker, the administrative policy that we already passed. And our next meeting is July 2nd at 1:45. And that's my report. The resolution that we have is in relation to the ongoing conversation that we've had for several months now about the census data coming back and the redistricting lines and whether we need to change our election term amount of years coming up. So I am going to ask Dan Klein to go ahead and move it.
Yes, I would like to move Resolution H, directing the county attorney to prepare a local law changing the term of office for Tompkins County legislators elected in November 2021 to a 2-year term with a return to 4-year terms thereafter.
ID number?
ID number 9367.
Thank you very much. May I have a second, please? Seconded by Deborah Dawson. Thank you very much. Discussion. Mike Lane.
I'd like to offer an amendment, which is, I think everyone has been sent the proposed amendment. The change is from what is on the floor, instead of changing the term so that we would serve for 2 years and then continue with 4-year terms. My amendment says we would serve for 1 year and then we would continue with 4-year terms. And if I get a second, I'd like to speak to it, please.
Second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Anna Kellis.
Thank you.
Point of order, actually. This doesn't need 10 votes, or does it?
No. This is amendment.
It's already on the agenda.
Yeah. It's an amendment to the resolution that's on the agenda. It doesn't need 10 votes. Thumbs up. Go ahead, Mike.
Okay. I spoke at the GO committee about this, and this is something that's very, very serious to me. Something that I followed after the various census starting in 1980, even before I was on the legislature in 80 and 90. And then when I was on the legislature, after the 2000 census and the 2010. So I have a historical perspective on this. I'm very interested in constitutional law and the fact that we have Supreme Court cases going back to the early 1960s that said it is important that we have equal representation, one person, one vote. And that is why redistricting is so important, because people move around. They don't stay in the districts where they were, and people die and people are born. Over the last 2 or 3 weeks, I've sent out a few things about this change that I am recommending. This isn't something that we just came up now. This was talked about in at least 2 charter committees, which I have been on, as to whether we should change our terms of office. Certainly in the last charter, when we updated the charter here, about 3 years ago, we knew this was coming. We didn't know it was going to be as bad as it has been because of the state change in the calendar, moving the petitioning process up until late February. It used to be starting in more toward the summer. If we do nothing, which some people have advocated, we will stay in the same districts even though the population has shifted until 2025. And to me, that's not acceptable because of the 1 person, 1 vote constitutional requirement. The only way that you can do that responsibly is to have weighted voting. I sent you out I called it an exercise in which I calculated what would have happened in 2010 when we had 15 seats if we had not agreed to go to the redistricting. The weighted voting, doing the simple math, would have had 5 of the 15 legislators who would have had less than 1 vote for the next 4 or 5 years after that. So I don't think weighted voting is a good idea, and I don't think not doing weighted voting if we don't change is acceptable either. The other thing that I brought to people's attention, I sent out an email about, was the fact that if we change to being elected in a gubernatorial year, we will have more voters. The number of voters that come out in an odd year, an off year, I should say, it's pathetic. It's generally 30 to, I guess, 40%. I've heard the argument that says, well, it helps the town offices. Well, perhaps, but we have a responsibility to our own constituents, not to the town constituents. Remember, towns are elected town-wide, and only the supervisor in the towns are elected every 2 years. So even if we stay as we have been on the off year, every other election, there are no legislators up for election for the town offices. I think this is the right thing to do. Redistricting, we made a huge leap forward after the 2010 census, when we put in place by resolution initially, and now as part of our charter, the Independent Redistricting Committee, something that we were very, very proud of, and I think we have a right to be very, very proud of. We were the only one in the state that was really successful in redistricting that way. So I strongly urge you to vote for my amendment that puts us over a year. Also, I sent an email today showing that yes, there is time to redistrict if we have a year, based on the fact that the census tells us we will have our block data by July 31st at the latest, by the fact that based on the staffing, Greg Potter, when we asked the question to him, we asked him how long it would take for the redistricting process to happen. He said 4 months. And so based on what I sent in, we could be done with the process by the end of 2021. And then that would give it more than a month and a half before the petitioning process would begin for the 2022 election. So I know I've spoken a long time, but I really think this is important. And as Amanda said a couple of meetings ago, it's not about us, it's about our constituents. And we have to do the best by them. And this is my opinion of the best way to handle it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mike. Any other comments on the amendment? All right, let's go to a vote.
Leslin?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, Martha, yes.
Yeah, sorry about that. I would have a comment. I think I appreciate what you've said, Mike, and I'm torn, but I definitely don't think we should go to the 4. We need to do a shorter term for this next election, whether it's 1 or 2. However, I think Bob Lynch, I think, had it backwards where in the public comment that going to a 1-year term, he said, would keep us with the town elections, and therefore he liked that idea. I think that's actually opposite. Going to a 1 year puts us with a gubernatorial or presidential races and takes us out of the town cycle. So, and now if I look at the calendar, if we do a 1 year term and then 4, then there's another legislature election in 2030. If we go to 2 year term and then 4, there's the legislature term, the next election is 2031. I think I have that right. And if so, I think that the 2 year term gives us a better shot in 2031.
Martha.
What?
Go ahead.
The 2 year, going to a 2 year gives the 2031 legislature a better shot to have redistricting done after the census, if I have that right. So that plus I prefer that we stay with, on a cycle with the towns. It's, I think, a much richer conversation for the voters when they're electing the local officials all in one batch, and we, the legislature doesn't get lost in the presidential or gubernatorial race. So I would I prefer the two year term going to 4. So I would vote against this amendment.
Thank you. Anna.
Yeah, I appreciate all the conversation that's happened about this. My concern, I think that we're all pretty familiar with, although 2 things. There has been a lot of development in the city. We are currently with a legislative body that's an even number. I believe that after the census, if we're able to collect all of the data, particularly from students, that it would show a need to increase. I would suggest there's the possibility of the need to increase again back to 15 with someone in the city, given the proportional increase in development in the city versus outside the city. And so my concern is that that the seats will not be representative for a long period of time after the census data is out, and not representative of the actual population distribution. So I understand, Mike, where you're coming from. I'm open to the 1 year for that reason, but I also recognize that there's really no good, perfect answer. I mean, I've listened to all the conversations back and forth. So, I'm supportive of that. And if that is not the will of the collective, I'm okay supporting the 2 year.
Thank you, Anna. I loved it when only Mike had his hand up. What happened? Rich and then Henry?
Yeah, I support the 2 year. I agree that we shouldn't wait a 4 year cycle. I'm concerned that regardless of what the federal government is saying now, we may not get that census information as they're promising. It seems like there's so many things that are in flux right now. I also think it's important that we stay on the local government cycle, that we as county legislators campaign with town and village and city elected officials. At any rate, that's my position. I'm going to vote against the 1 year, but for the 2 year. Thanks.
Thank you. Henry?
Yes, I would just like to point out that if we did the 2 year and we finish up in what 2030 or 2031, then that would still make the census material due before the end of February, which we know is not going to be the time. So that also fails to address that. And I don't feel like leaving this to another legislature to fix. So I'm going to be voting against it.
Thank you. Let's vote on the amendment.
Grandison,
No.
Rich John,
No.
Anna Kellis,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
No.
Ann Corman,
No.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Dave McKenna,
No.
Glenn Maury,
No.
Martha Robertson,
No.
Mike Stigler,
No.
Shauna Black,
No.
Amanda Champion,
No.
Deborah Dawson,
No.
Leslyn McBean Claiborne,
Yes.
three ayes, 11 noes.
Okay, that fails. Back to the original motion that came out of GO. Let's vote on it. 2 years and then 4. 2-year term with a return to 4-year terms thereafter. Okay.
Henry Grandison,
No.
Rich John,
Yes.
Anna Kellis,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
No.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Dave McKenna,
No.
Glenn Maury,
No.
Martha Robertson,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
No.
Shauna Black,
No.
Amanda Champion,
No.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Leslyn McBean Claiborne,
Yes.
seven ayes, 7 noes.
Okay, that fails. Martha
Les-
Robertson, I see your hand.
So as, so motion failed. So that means we're not asking the county attorney to prepare local law changing anything.
No, it all just remains the same.
This leaves us with 4. The next election is a 4-year term. The next time we get into proportional districts is 2026. The next time we have an odd number legislators is 2026. We stay with a 14-member board until then. That's correct, right?
That is correct.
Is there any possibility of reconsidering this? How would that happen?
So someone, I think, well, there's no majority, but
Prevailing side. So
someone in the prevailing side, which is the noes. I was just gonna say, we're 7-7, who's prevailing? I don't know, do we have a prevailing or 7-7?
There's no prevailing side.
There's no prevailing, but I think someone who voted no, because the resolution was for a certain thing, would have to bring it back and for reconsideration. So that's what would have to happen.
Okay, so that couldn't happen until the next legislature meeting.
Until the next legislature meeting, correct.
And if Jonathan, then we are starting to run up against the calendar problem. I'm just trying to play this out. This is a really big decision and we didn't have any discussion of it.
Martha, don't go there.
Well, I just want to know what's—
You're talking now, so go ahead.
So my question is there time if we get to the next ledge meeting and there is a reconsideration, and then for Jonathan to do a local law and a public hearing and all the rest in order to get it on the ballot for November?
Correct.
I guess that's a Jonathan question.
Well, I believe so. We shouldn't have left Elizabeth leave because she was the one who would really know the answer. I don't remember the exact date because it changes with each year, but we did ask them the date, and I believe that the next meeting would be fine. Otherwise, I think it would have to be a special meeting. We'll have to check with the date. I don't know if Amanda, I know they wrote a memo. I don't have it. I know this would have certainly satisfied. I'm pretty sure that next meeting would work as well. But I can't swear because I don't have the memo on the dates.
Okay, so I would, if I can just say, I think that there's a misconception that, well, if we're out of balance, well, everybody still has a legislator. But the whole point is if districts are misshapen, is sort of, are inconsistent with the actual population, what that means is some constituents are sharing a legislator with many more voters or residents than they should be, sort of like the imbalance of the electoral college. So that is my concern about this, and I do hope this is not the last discussion we have.
So thank you. So the vote's already happened. Deborah, do you have a clarifying question?
No, I would just like to say that we have discussed this robustly at length in committees and in various other fora, and I think it's unfair to say that we passed this or failed to pass this with no discussion.
Sometimes you read the leaves and you know that no votes are changing, no minds are changing and votes are not changing. So, okay, now again, to clarify, someone who voted no, yes, can bring it back for reconsideration at our next legislature meeting. Okay? Making sure that we're clear on that, so people might have some time to think about it some more and decide if you would like to bring it back. Martha, did I see your hand?
No, I'm fine.
Okay. Thank you all very much for taking that up. Okay, we'll go back to the top of our standing committee agenda. Planning, Energy and Environmental Quality Committee, Deb Dawson, Chair.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. It's been a long time since I got to go first. We will be meeting next Monday. In addition to our usual agenda of hearing from our staff, we will also be getting a report from Irene Weiser, who has been following the NYSEG rate case closely and has been paying attention to numerous other goings on in the PSC. Something very interesting happened last week. I don't want to give it away. She'll be reporting on that and some other things that have been going on up there. I call it PSC hijinks. Meanwhile, I guess this is the time for me to offer my member filed resolution, if I can find it. Yes, there it is. Resolution requesting the New York State Public Service Commission to extend the comment deadline on case 20E0249 concerning the Renewable Energy Facility Host Community Benefit Program, and I move that.
Second by Anna Kellis.
Just a brief overview. I sent you all an email about this. I hate doing these last minute member filed resolutions, but we didn't find out about this until There was no time to get it through committee. And if we waited until our next ledge meeting, it would be too late to comment on this. But the host community benefit program is a really important part of the Accelerated Renewable Energy Growth and Community Benefit Act and the creation of a state siting agency to oversee the siting of large-scale renewable energy projects. And the PSC is required by the law to come up with a structure for this host community benefit and an amount of that benefit. And they initiated a case to do that on May 29th and then issued a request for public comment with a very unrealistically short deadline of July 3rd. That would have been difficult to meet under the best of circumstances. And as you all know, we are not under the best of circumstances. So we are simply asking that this very important issue gives people time to comment on it. And we're asking that they extend it to September 1st and that they give notice to all the municipalities in the state because they're the ones that are going to be reaping whatever this benefit is if there's a large-scale renewable energy site installed in their community.
Thank you, Deborah. Any other comments or questions? Okay, let's vote.
Henry Gravison,
Henry?
Henry Gravison,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Anna Kellis,
Yes.
Dan Clement,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Dave McKenna,
Yes.
Glenn Maury,
Yes.
Martha Robertson,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes,
Leslyn McBean Claiborne.
Yes.
14 ayes, 0 noes.
thank you.
Anything else from you, Deborah?
No, that's it. Thank you all very much.
Budget, Capital, and Personnel Committee, Martha Robertson, Chair.
Thank you, Leslyn. You all know what we did last meeting. We met June 8th, and most of it was on the retirement package that we just voted on tonight. Thank you for your support of that. The next time we will meet is as an expanded budget committee 2 weeks from tonight, June 30th, 5:30 to 8:30. And we think, well, Jason will probably have more information than he has now, still probably not enough, but we have planned this so that we would have a full devoted 3 hours to be able to sort through whatever information and make preparations for department heads that we can make. So that's that's 2 weeks from tonight, June 30th. So that's my report.
What time did we say, June 30th, 5:30?
5:30 to 8:30.
Okay, thank you.
All right,
Any
thank you.
questions of Martha? Thank you all. WDIC, Workforce Diversity and Inclusion Committee, Ann Corman, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we did not meet since last legislative meeting, but I just wanted to say our next meeting is next Wednesday, the 24th at 3:30. And I really encourage folks to tune in. We have a lot of issues in light of everything that's going on in the country and the world right now. We're going to have one presentation from the Ithaca Asian American group here in town, and we'll also be discussing the diversity issues regarding, as Jason said, he'll be doing his, well, as I co-opted Jason to do his presentation. So we'll be discussing more about that, how it affects employees and what we can do to make our workforce and especially our services that interact with the community more inclusive.
Thank you. Any questions for Annie? No. Thank you very much. Tompkins Intergovernmental Relations Committee, Martha Robertson, Chair.
Thank you, Leslyn. We met on June 3rd and we had the Cornell reps, Cornell Public Affairs people with us again, Sue Dale Hall, talking about childcare, and Natalie Branovsky, who was Development Board. And I think you, subsequent to the meeting, you all received and all signed a letter to our federal representatives about funding for the workforce programs, and I appreciate that support. One of the things we also, another thing we talked about was the trust fund, the Transportation Trust Fund reauthorization. And as of that day on June 3rd, the Democrats dropped their bill in the House Committee, Transportation Committee. I understand that this week they're actually marking that bill up. We've had subsequent, Scott Vanderpool from TCAT was at our meeting as well. There was agreement that the three partners would work with Scott to do some intensive lobbying, and he agreed to take the lead on that. Deborah and Jason said they wanted to be participants, and Diane Miller from Cornell would help set up those meetings. So I guess I would point to Deborah or Jason, if you haven't heard from Scott, that is happening this week. I mean, this is really, it's really real-time stuff. And I would encourage that that lobbying effort get going so that you can have as much influence as possible. They say that the transportation infrastructure and capital funding will be a priority in the new bill. So it's a great opportunity for TCAP, for the new facility. And then I was on a call for a NACO call, National Association of Counties, and there was conversation about the next COVID bill, and we're trying to track that. I may work on a sign-on letter to try to push this along. At the moment, it looks like the conventional wisdom is that the Senate won't move anything until July. They only have 1 week of work when they're in session before the July 2nd recess, and then they have the August recess. So it looks like, if we're lucky, they'll do something in July. So that is not good news for state and local support from the federal government, but that seems to be the best we're going to get, if anything, at that point. So
okay.
That's what I've got from Tiger. And our next meeting is July 2nd, I think. I'm sorry, July 1st at 11:30.
Thank you, Martha. Jonathan, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I found the memo from elections, and they said that in order to get it on the November 3 ballot this year, it needs to be filed with them no later than August 3.
And August what?
August 3rd.
Thank you.
Sure.
All right, so that answers that question. Thank you for researching that.
Sure.
Any questions for Martha on the Tiger report? No. All right, moving on. Housing and Economic Development Committee, Anna Callis, Chair.
We have not met since the last meeting, and our next meeting is next Thursday, the 25th at 9:30 p.m. and that is our 9:30 a.m. Although I will probably be working at 9:30 p.m. as well, but please don't come at 9:30 p.m. That is my report.
Thank you, Anna. Questions? Yes, Dan Klein.
Yeah, so I've been in an email discussion with Anna and planning department and some people from STPB sometimes about a concern that I've been raising here since March, concern for some of the arts and cultural organizations that is supported by the hotel tax revenue. And so STPB, Strategic Tourism Planning Board, has agreed to look into my question a little further to try to assess what might be going on with some of our arts and cultural organizations in terms of their ability to sustain themselves in the current economic climate. I'm very concerned about this. STPB, the next meeting might not be until mid-July, and they're going to form a subcommittee. So I'm concerned that people don't share my sense of urgency, but I'm glad that at least somebody's is going to start looking into this to see what we can and might have to do to stop these organizations from going out of business. 5 of the arts and culture organizations that were surveyed didn't express confidence that they could make it through the summer. The summer is 4 days away now. So I'm trying to instill a sense of urgency in all those that care about the continued existence of some of our major organizations, such as the State Theater, Hangar Theater, Kitchen Theater. I'm not referring to them specifically because I don't know what their finances are, but those are some of the organizations that are in the group that is being looked at. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Anna, your hand is up.
Yeah, and Dan, I understand your concern. I think there's probably no one that's more personally affected by it specifically than me at this point. But I do want to stress that there are 88, I think, organizations or 88 grants that they administer. Many different organizations that get funding from tourism. And the thing that I have seen in this process is that as much as we would like to prioritize our own individual priorities, I know that the STPB board is trying to be systematic in their approach of evaluating the impact of the reduction in room tax dollars. So I just want to be, I'm glad that they're looking into it. I will note that the ACOD grant is the only grant that has actually been distributed this year. All the others have been canceled. Just providing that information as they evaluate, I would like to make sure that that evaluation is intentional, is systematic, and evaluates everyone who gets funding from the room tax. So just wanted to point that out.
And I just want to point out the ACOD organizations are a special breed. They were part of the original intention of when the room tax revenue was increased to 5%. It was specifically stated by this legislature, so it's not a personal preference, that we are going to support the arts and culture organizations in this county. And I also want to point out that even though the hotel tax revenue obviously is going to take a big hit this year, the current estimate for 2020's hotel tax revenue is $1.8 million.
Yep.
And if we let some of the major institutions like the State Theater or the Kitchen Theater or the Hangar Theater go out of business while we took in $1.8 million and spent it on some other projects, I think we will have failed badly and history will not judge us well.
Well, I understand that, and
Anna?
this is time for discussion, but I know that they will be evaluating that at that time.
So thank you, Dan, for raising that. Thank you for saying that the STPB has agreed to sort of take a look, a deeper look into your concerns. And I'm sure we'll hear more. I hope that since summer is starting 4 days from now, that it doesn't mean that our organizations are going to fold, and hopefully they'll be as expeditious as possible, the STPB, in coming up with some decisions around what can we do for those organizations. So, and Anna, keep that in mind also if for your committee meeting as well, which happens sooner than I think when the STPB meets.
Yep.
Thank you all very much. Any other questions for Anna for their upcoming meeting? No. Complete Census Count Committee, Mike Lane, Chair.
We haven't met since our last meeting. We continue to work on how to get the word out in the times that we have. We've had reports from our federal census workers about some of the things that are happening with the colleges. These are good things, but it's still very, very hard to capture those people who live in apartments who they have gone home for the summer. I want to thank Dominic and Nick for the work they've been doing on trying to put together a budget. And hopefully after our next meeting of the committee, we will be bringing a contingent request to the legislature to have some funding to do things like put ads on Facebook, ads on the TCAT transit system, and some of the other outreach that we've been looking at. So stay tuned. We're still trying.
Thank you, Mike. Thanks for continuing to try. Any questions to Mike? All right. Downtown Facilities Committee, Dave McKenna, Chair.
DTF is not met, and stay tuned to keep an eye on the meetings listing, and we'll see if we have one this coming month once Jason has a better view of what's going on.
That's all right. Thank you, Dave. Public Safety Committee, Rich John, Chair.
Thank you, Leslyn. Public Safety Committee will be meeting this Thursday, June 18th at 3 p.m. I anticipate we'll be having a presentation from the Advocacy Center. We've invited the center to come in to talk about domestic violence issues, particularly in light of the coronavirus and social isolation. So it should be an interesting discussion. I'd also note our jail numbers have come up a little bit. We're at 36 today. So that's my report if there's any questions.
Yes, Deborah?
So, Rich, this increase in inmates, how many of them are people we've arrested versus parole violators?
The last I knew, I think we had 7 to 9 parolees we were holding that are not being transferred to the state. We could have, the difference between our numbers before and now might be more parole violations. I don't know.
All right, Henry?
Yes, Rich, I assume that the committee is going to be looking into somehow maybe reforms that the police could possibly do. I know there's a big movement to fund the police, but I know it's really to reform the police. So I'm wondering whether you can talk to Derek about maybe about the status of things and possible reforms.
I think that's a really good idea. And in light of Executive Order 203, certainly that process is going to start. I would like the Public Safety Committee to play a role in that. I think that if we're going to have any effective long-term changes, you really need to make sure that the police officers, the line police officers, get it and that they internalize the changes that are needed. So yes, but I think it's a longer term thing. I would like to have some good, open, respectful conversation at the public safety meeting. You know, I'm thinking we need to make sure that we can do that. But I would like to have, police agencies coming in, the sheriff and others. I'd love to provide a forum.
Yeah, I know that Derek emailed us and said that he's going to be responding to all the questions about his department, but I assume he's not sent anything yet.
I think he's gathering information at this point. I think we can't help but start that conversation a bit on Thursday, but there's nothing formal on the agenda yet.
Okay.
Just as a reminder, Jason also mentioned that earlier in his presentation, because it's a charge that was the way the executive order reads, that's something that sits on his shoulder as the chief executive officer for the county. And he'll be working with the Sheriff's Department and public safety as well. Jonathan.
Just to let people know, the state has announced that they will start, I believe, this week to pick up parolees. There was about an 8-week or 10-week period where they just weren't picking up any parolees, and thus they were accumulating. That doesn't mean they're going to come and get our parolees on the first day, but they've started to pick up parolees again. So eventually that number will come down.
Thank you, Jonathan.
I guess Leslyn, if I could respond to that, that's good from a financial standpoint. But in the bigger picture, I'm not sure that it's the best use of either county or state resources to be incarcerating people on technical violations that are not crimes. So, you know, there is a stalled parole reform measure sitting up in Albany, and it really is due for some consideration, I think. This is just not the right way to manage this in the short or the long term. That just sending people back to prison that you've deemed eligible for release, and 65% of the time you're just shuffling them back because they didn't get the support in the community, and frankly, the state is not taking advantage of the programming we have available. It's just wrong. But I guess it's good from a financial standpoint if they finally.
Rich, I couldn't agree with you more. Thank you for sharing. It's always been an issue. And hopefully as we think about reforms and, you know, defunding and revising systems, that, you know, the criminal justice system from top to bottom, which includes the, you know, parole part of it, will get looked at, because some of those mandates are real archaic and just doesn't serve anybody's rehabilitation or reform well at all. And when you have something like a global pandemic and people can't find jobs, or they can't do a few of the things that you're asking them to do, that should not be the reason for a violation for many of these folks. So thank you for voicing that. All right, any other questions for Rich as we move on? Health and Human Services Committee, Shauna Black, Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We met yesterday, and it was very nice to have all of our department heads back for the meeting. We have been receiving reports via email, and it's just not the same as seeing everyone's face. So it was nice to see everyone in the meeting. We talked a little bit about Kit Kephart, the Commissioner of Social Services, gave a short report on the increase that they're seeing at Adult Protective Services and CPS, and what they're doing. And they are currently, they are going on site. They are helping families connect whenever there's visitation. And they are also helping families, sorry, this is what happens when you have an 8-year-old, and up 2 hours past his bedtime. But they were talking about how they are trying to connect families for visitation whenever foster care is involved. So it has been essentially business as usual, and they are still doing that via the telephone as well as Zoom meetings. But I expect that will be more in person in the upcoming weeks. We also, as far as an update from the Human Rights Commission, I did want everyone to know that there is an opening for a commissioner. And so please put your feelers out if you think that anyone might be interested in being a human rights commissioner. Have them go through our county website, it has the application, and they can actually sit through a meeting as well if they would like to see what the commission does. Over the next week or so, we will see a statement from the Human Rights Commission. And I saw a draft about 2 hours ago, and it's actually a wonderful statement. I can't wait to share it with all of you. And the commissioners have all been working very, very hard on it. And let's see here, our next meeting is going to be July 20th and Sue Del Hall is going to come in and update us on childcare. And I think that's it. Deborah, do you remember anything that I'm forgetting?
Tried to use the magic trick with my space bar and it didn't work. The one thing that stuck with me is that there was an increase in the concern with adult protective service clients because whatever their problems were, they were being exacerbated by the isolation they were experiencing and the lack of human contact. And, I think that that's going to be a widespread problem probably for a lot of people, not just adult protective services folks.
Thank you. Thank you, Shauna. Thank you, Deborah. Questions for Shauna or Deborah? Anybody? Thank you. Moving on. Facilities and Infrastructure Committee, Mike Land Chair, any report?
F and I will be meeting on this Thursday at 9:00 a.m. We'll be talking with Jeff Smith about the highway program. A little heads up, Leslin, we're going to be asking for some time on a future agenda for Jeff to report on the highways and bridges and the situation with the highway budget this year.
No worries.
And we expect to have a report from our facilities department, and we're going to be joined by our new Weights and Measures Commissioner. Not a commissioner, Director.
Director. Thank you, Mike. Any questions to Mike? All right, Gio's already reported. Thank you, Amanda, for doing that earlier. Minutes of the previous meeting. May I have someone move the minutes, please? Moved by Amanda, seconded by Shauna. Discussion, any corrections, deletions, additions, anything to the minutes? Everybody saying no. All right, vote.
Henry Grandison,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Anna Kellis,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Dave McKenna,
Yes.
Glenn Maury,
Yes.
Martha Robertson,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Leslyn McBean Claiborne,
Yes.
14 ayes, 0 noes.
Any unfinished business? I do appreciate all of your patience. I know this was a long meeting, but we had some heavy lifted topics that we needed to vet. So thank you all for all of the discussion. Motion to adjourn. Moved by Deborah Dawson, seconded by Rich John. Everybody in favor of adjourning? Aye.
Aye.
They all said aye and raised their hands, Kathy.
Yes.
Yes.
And nodded their heads. We are adjourned. Thank you for your patience again. Have a good night and stay safe, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Everybody.